Hey,
what
it's
the
10 o'clock.
hell? In a universe where it was Saturday, we'd be exactly on time. But as usual, we are late and gay. Um, well, I mean, we'd be on time for like it's supposed to be 10 p.m. I think originally Eastern time.
Yeah.
But we're in Pacific, so we travel so much trying to keep this thing to one specific time.
And we don't even do it live most of the time.
Well, we've only done it not live once at this point. In one episode we were like, yeah, it's not gonna be live, guys, and now.
Well, when we have good internet,
Yeah. Well. Anyways, we're here. It's another. Should we just start the show right off? Do we need to make sure it's operational or anything?
What do we do here?
Well, we're gonna start. We watch anime.
We watch anime.
I am B.
I'm Bird.
And this is the show where we talk about all of the latest episodes of the shows that are airing right now. But mostly that we're pretending are airing right now. And this is the last episode of the summer season.
Which basically just means we're not covering Mushoku Tensei for a little bit.
Mushoku Tensei Season 2, Part 1, or whatever the fuck, has come to an end. And that's the only show that we are covering that is currently airing that is actually ending at the end of the season. In another universe, Zom 100 would be ending right now, but since that was delayed more often than airing, I think it's
delayed again this week because we were behind a week and we still had an episode to watch.
I think we're on like episode 9, 8 or 9, something like
9.
that. But Mushoku, you've got me saying Mushoko because you always say that, but it's Mushoku Tensei.
You mean Mushoko?
Mushoku Tensei.
Mushoku Tensei.
God. Yeah,
is that what we're starting with?
Yeah, it is what we're going to be starting with. Well, because the last episode was not the most insufferable. I mean, actually, it's probably about as satisfying as it could have been given the setup for it.
This is the episode of Mushoku Tensei that we've all been waiting for all season.
Literally, it's.
No data.
No,
just kidding. It's back.
Yeah. I will say it is very likely that this live stream will go down and come back because this hotel has pretty good Wi-Fi.
But it makes you re-sign in.
Yeah, it'll make you sign in again, and it wouldn't have been weird for it to do that at exactly 10 o'clock. So, it'll probably happen at midnight if this goes that long. But we will be down a show because Pokemon actually went on hiatus this week. Again, we do think, Zom 100 is probably on hiatus right now. We're like a little behind. Everything's a little staggered because we fell so far behind while we were crossing the country. But we're calling this the end of summer season. So we should go ahead and right off the top announce what we're going to be covering in the fall season, because obviously Jujutsu Kaisen.
Oh, we're covering Skip and Loafer again? Hell yeah.
No, that's not. You're looking at the wrong part of this document. Just wait for me to say them. Don't try to spoil yourself.
Wait, me?
You have to be able to react to the things as I say them. So, Jujutsu Kaisen is still going to be airing. I think it's like 24 episodes for season 2. Pokemon obviously will be going for quite some time,
forever,
probably.
And ever.
And Zom 100 it's only supposed to be like 12 episodes, but it's so delayed that God knows when it's actually going to finish. So Mushoku Tensei Season 2 is the only one actually airing, and what we will be picking up for fall. Oh yeah, I forgot to make a tweet. Thanks for remembering. What we will actually be watching in the fall season. First of all, Dead Mount Deathplay is coming back.
Oh boy, I sure do hope something happens.
Do you guys remember Dead Mount Deathplay?
It's what we were more mad at than Mushoku Tensei most of the time.
It was probably, among the shows we were watching last season, among our audience, the show that the least people seemed to be watching, but was also the most entertaining to complain about.
True.
During and we didn't even hate it completely. It had a little. It's from the creator of Durarara and Bakano. it has little sparks of what made those shows good, but it didn't have the amazing writing that the adaptations of those shows brought
Slap
to the table.
skyscraper. Boy, this baby can fit so many dead mafia victims in it. Yakuza, I'm sorry.
Dr. Stone New World Part 2.
Ohio Sakai, good morning world.
So I get how many I don't like. Okay, when we talk about Mushoku Tensei, like people get mad when I call it season 3, because it's literally Mushoku Tensei 2 is the title of the season. Because the first show they aired 12 episodes, and then they waited a season, and then they aired another 12 episodes. And a lot of shows do that now, but they didn't used to label that as 2 different shows on my anime list. It used to be like, it's just a split season, but ultimately it's one show. But
now there's cores.
Yeah, so it'll be
I prefer Budweiser.
It'll be called Part 1, Part 2. This gets especially confusing when we get into, like, Dr. Stone, where they're not even giving us, like... okay, so you got Dr. Stone was, like, 24 episodes, and then there was Dr. Stone Wars, and I think that might have been 2 different parts. I can't even remember. Was that just 11 episodes, or was that 2 different parts?
Well, I think it was
just 11 episodes, and it was the second season. And then they had the Ryusei special,
Ryusui,
which was its own whole fucking thing.
There was Dr. Stone, which was 24 episodes. There was Stone Wars, which was 11 episodes. There was Ryusui. There was New World, and now there's New World Part 2.
Part 2. Why didn't they just call it another thing? If Part 2 was only 11 episodes, why couldn't Part 3... I don't know. Maybe it's just... maybe this is how the arcs are structured in the manga. Oh yeah, Attack on Titan Final Season Part 2 The End is coming out soon.
Oh my gosh.
But you know what I also read an article about last night? Isayama's writing another chapter/volume of the manga next year.
But didn't he just turn into a bird? Oh, I'm sorry. It's been out for a while. I should have said spoiler alert, but it's been out for like a year.
Nobody knows what you're talking about unless they know the spoilers. Apparently, so you know, when a manga runs in a magazine, it takes a while before it becomes then a collected volume that hits store shelves. And apparently, when Attack on Titan was released as a full volume, he, like, added pages into the final chapter. And apparently these were controversial with some fans. And these added pages now may be possibly the setup for whatever's going to happen in this new, completely additional chapter / he's calling it, like, volume 36 or whatever whatever the next number would be. But it's supposed to only be like 30 pages or something like that. I don't know.
In Googling it, it says the purpose is, or at least what this Screen Rant article thinks the purpose is to fix the controversial ending. If that is truly the reason, that is a bad reason to make another chapter.
I don't think that would be the... I don't know, maybe. I mean, Isayama is...
It's been 2.5 years.
That's such a long time to then be like, you know what? I think I can do this. I think I can fix this one. I think I got it. I think I know what I did wrong. I'm only somewhat spoiled for the ending of the manga. I still don't really know how we get there.
Yeah, I don't really get it either.
Yeah, we I think we finished season 4, part 3, or whatever the fuck.
We are caught up on the anime, I believe.
But we're not, because there is like a 50-minute finale part 1 that we haven't seen, and now finale part 2 is about to come out. So we have to watch the 2 parts of the finale. We'll probably just do them both back to back when the last one comes out. But yeah, we'll talk about that, and maybe we'll talk about the manga edition at some point on the We Read Manga podcast or something, which is now finally out. We have been talking about how on our Patreon, we always have these bonus episodes for $5 patrons. We've had a Bochi the Rock, Cyberpunk Edge Runners, and Keep Your Hands Off the Azo Ken bonus episode. We are overdue on our Haruhi episode, but we're trying to get that done this week. And we will also this week be trying to get the next one done so that we don't end up long overdue on that one as well. In which we will cover Heike Monogatari, which was.
Is that the one with the witch who like explodes things, but then she passes out?
No, that would be Konosuba.
Oh, okay.
Heike Monogatari. I don't really know much about it other than it's from the director of K-On! And it was made by Science Saru Animation, which you know as the Kimi ga studio. But
Ride Your Wave, for those who don't recognize that iconic song.
But yeah, that show was pretty much tied with Haruhi in the voting for the last poll, so we'll just do both of them as soon as possible. But our first episode of the manga podcast for $15 a month or $150 a year patrons, our real high rollers, people who are really committed to the show, people who are really making it possible, are the only ones who are able to listen to us talk about the most classic manga that have ever existed. We discussed the first volumes of Berserk, Vinland Saga, Vagabond, Land of the Lustrous, and JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Part 7, Steel Ball Run, which you can pretty much read by itself. You don't really need JoJo experience necessarily. Not saying you should start there if you're like a purist or whatever. It is all
I don't know. It's right after the universe resets, so you could start there.
Podcast. It's not hard to follow Part 7 by itself. And then also, in our first episode of the podcast, we have a super special spoiler section at the end where we discuss current events in the Jujutsu Kaisen manga. We cannot talk about them at all.
And I'm going to say, if I hear one complaint about how we talked about it for literally 2 to 5 minutes, we just said spoiler alert, spoiler alert, spoiler alert.
We can't even get like halfway into the spoilers. Like even half of it would be way too much. It would
be too much,
Yeah, so...
get complaints.
Yeah, just
and how do you divide infinity by half? You can't.
You can't. It's there's so much. Anyways, yeah, we talked about the Jujutsu Kaisen spoilers at the very, very end of the episode. So if that's something you're interested in, pay us a lot of money. Incidentally, everybody who gives us at least $10 a month gets their name shouted out in every single episode of the podcast. So to everybody who's on the $10 or $15 tier, here we go. Inactive.
True Fox 1.
Abby K.
Ice Bear.
Dylan.
Devin Hall.
Amy Worrell.
Last Esses.
M2.
Hiwan.
Hidden Music Island.
Anatheme Badesu.
Susu 2.
I almost said Susu 2. Shune.
Zero Tsun Game.
And your mom.
Thank you to all those people and anybody else who signs up in the future. You guys really, again, this podcast is not exactly easy to do with our lifestyle, but the fact that you pay us keeps us committed to making it happen. So
but it's fun also. That's the important
to anybody who's listening to this who doesn't pay for it on Patreon, you really owe the people who pay for it on Patreon a thanks, because you are totally getting it on their
freeloaders.
Yeah, those people are paying for you to get this podcast. You would not have this podcast without them. So, shout outs to all the paying customers. Anyways, we should probably do the Birds and the Bees segment, I guess. We did
a 2.5 hour Birds and the Bees last time.
It's going to be shorter this time. We didn't
someone recognized you at In-N-Out?
That's true. Okay, where did we do the last podcast? We were probably in like Sacramento or something in that area, in Modesto.
David? No. When did we do?
We were in Central California, probably. I know we weren't in this hotel. We did the manga podcast here, but yeah, we were in Central California. And we had just done a whole bunch of crazy travel all over, and yeah, this was going to be way shorter than that. But since then, we went up to Northern California, which was a really cool drive going from...
Junsu, how did you know we have cocks in our mouths?
Basically,
we do a really good job at talking very clearly, even with cocks in our mouths.
Cocks in the mouth, yeah. we went from Central California up to Redding, which is like the last city beneath the mountains before it just becomes mountains, and that's it for the rest of Northern California. But tucked away in the northwestern corner of the state is a little bay called Humboldt Bay, and there's a few towns built around it called Eureka, Arcata, and I'm sure there's another one.
Fortuna is the other one.
Fortuna.
But that's more inland.
And it just so happens that, we have family in the area, and also this is where the redwoods are. The redwoods are like 20. The Redwood Forest, one of the most famous national parks, but oddly not very popular. Probably just because it's so the fuck far out of the way.
It is like a 3-hour drive to get here from Reading.
Yeah.
I don't know where it is from the
and
nearest
Reading is
city on the
already
coast.
considered like bumfuck nowhere.
Oh, it's not
compared
bumfuck
to,
nowhere.
Compared to San Jose or San Francisco or Los Angeles or San Diego, Reading is not a city people have heard of. But yeah, like it's like 2.5, 3 hours from San Francisco up to Reading. It's like 6 hours from San Francisco down to LA. It's like 2 hours from LA down to San Diego. California's fucking huge.
It is very large.
All of the big cities are very far away from each other. But like eventually since Reading is bumfuck nowhere.
I'm so glad we get to go back there this week.
I like Reading.
I do like Reading.
It is.
We went to Woody's Brewing Company out there, and that was a very delightful time.
It's definitely a mid-sized city. So yeah, like being in Eureka, I would consider a small city, borderline a town.
Yeah.
But it's very cute. It's covered in mist. It's the most you will ever feel like you are in New England being in California. It's got a very like Manchester by the Sea, fucking Boston type like atmosphere, but without the culture of those places. It's still culturally it's still very much California. It's interesting. But the redwoods up here in the mist, it's like basically on the West Coast there's mountains directly on the coast, which doesn't really happen on the East Coast at all. The mountains are, a few hours inland, but here, because the mountains are right on the coast, all this water, all these clouds get trapped, hitting those mountains immediately upon, hitting land. And so there's just shitloads of rain hitting right on the coast of all the way going up from Northern California through Washington State. And that is what is known as the Pacific Northwest. When you see images online about the PNW and traveling to the PNW, like, in my mind, before I had been here, I thought that like all of Northern California, all of Oregon, all of Washington was going to be like that. Not at all. It's really just the coast. Really just where all of this water is getting locked in by the Cascade Mountains and like causing these gigantic fucking trees. Which it's crazy because the other place in California that has the gigantic trees is Sequoia National Park, and there the reason that they exist is that they're 10,000 feet up on a mountain, and the way more inland. Whereas here it's like they're not that high up. We didn't have to drive very high. We didn't have to drive very far to get to the redwoods from Eureka. So it was a cool place. We did some hikes there. We got a bunch of pictures on Instagram of you hanging out inside of burned out trees.
It was very fun.
So yeah. Anything else that you wanted to talk about from this week? We went to breweries as we tend to do. We've kind of been, basically it was a 3-day weekend because of Columbus Day, right? That's the one.
Indigenous Peoples Day.
Indigenous Peoples Day. Is it now called that?
Yes.
Because of Indigenous Peoples Day, we did not have work, and so we spent a lot of time in this hotel room finishing up the manga podcast and watching all these goddamn anime. I guess we should just get into it. It's time to talk about Mushoku Tensei.
Oh my god, is his dick gonna work?
It's over. The season's over. This was such a relief. It's like finally being able to come after having erectile dysfunction for 12 weeks. or 8 weeks, however long since this arc started.
Well, not at first, because Rudy still can't get it up in the cave. You know, they're naked, they're making out, they're having a time, and his tent goes down, I believe is the phrasing he uses.
Yeah, that's true. There was a comment on the last episode that was like, if you think Rudius's ED is gonna go away that simply, then you really don't understand what this show is doing, and I'm so excited to see your reaction. And I just responded...
And then this episode, he just drinks a thing, and it's fine, it's fixed.
Yeah, whatever, but
oh my god, I couldn't have guessed!
And my response to that was just terrified, and that's all I said. Terrified, because I was terrified at the thought of this ED arc continuing. It's like, no, please, like, you've got such... This is such an obvious endpoint. Let it go. And of course, because this show has to complicate everything, like already the previous episode was me going, all right, we're really belaboring the point of how long it's going to take before he comes inside this girl. Like, the whole episode was just a build up to them fucking, and then this episode is, but they didn't fuck, so let's have another whole build up to them fucking. I love it. Edge
Wonderful.
me all fucking year.
Wonderful storytelling.
Edge me for fucking the rest of time, Mushoku Tensei. I love it.
Caves are cold, it's hard to get it up sometimes.
That is true. Cave sex! I keep thinking about fucking the Game of Thrones Season 3 parody rap where Jon Snow sings about having cave sex! But they didn't even have cave sex. Yeah, so...
Then, basically, they leave the cave. They have
I will say, so, alright. As much as I'm making fun of it, I do think this was kind of the right choice from a storytelling perspective. Because...
To wait 12 episodes?
Well, because if he just... I think there is a reasonable idea of why he's not hard, which is... He didn't actually know she was Sylphie. He thought, I figured it out, she's a girl. And when he finds out that she's Sylphie, I think it causes him to feel too much, you know?
Too many emotions, too much to process.
He was just trying to fuck this hot elf. He didn't realize it was his childhood friend that he hadn't connected with for years. So I understand not being able to get it up right away. And I kind of like the way they handle this scene where he's being kind of unreasonable and being like, I'm so sorry, I've embarrassed you, blah, 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 you know, you're a virgin, I was going to take your virginity and all this stuff. And she's just like, I mean, dude, I wasn't, like, expecting, like, you know, you're fine, bro.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not into sex.
But I get it, you know, that other bitch fucked
the
up
princess.
his head. No,
Eris.
The one
Eris.
who left him, yeah. The one who was like, yeah, you can't even get it up. You suck.
I will say this is probably the best episode of the season, even though nothing really happens, just like the rest of the season.
Because everything, the whole season was building up to this. So it feels like a payoff because it's like, holy fucking shit, they finally did it. It's just that we had to, like, this could have all happened
in like 3 episodes.
Yeah, like endless time ago. I feel like I lived several lifetimes of watching these characters try to fix their goddamn ED. This 37-year-old, 37 plus 15. So this like 52-year-old man trying to fix his erectile dysfunction. With
what if it's not even because of Eris? It's just like his mind has like triggered ED because he's so mentally old or something.
He's just actually like some part of him instinctively knows that he's in his 50s and he shouldn't be able to get it hard like that. That's funny.
But so anyway,
really
they don't bang. They have a nice little time. They talk and catch up, and then Sylphie goes back to the princess, Sylphie's walking back to the princess and thinks, "I wish I had a medicine for Rudy's condition." I love
this line because it's simultaneously like she's sympathetic, but also like she just wanted that dick.
Let's see that dick.
Yeah, like god damn it! If only there was something I could have given him, you know. Well, luckily,
Rudy's can make sculptures out of magic. Why doesn't he just make sex toys?
So also, actually,
right.
This actually is my favorite scene of the episode and one of my favorites in the season because this guy's related to Rudius.
He's a gray rat.
But Rudy has kind of just blown him off completely.
Well, he's also kind of blown him off. Like,
Yeah, but he like tried to talk to him, and Rudius just like didn't care at all. Like,
huh?
like realized that, because remember we talked about the scene where like he introduces himself, and Rudius like realizes, oh, this guy must be related to me, but like doesn't say anything or like react or seem to care. The guy's just like takes it as he's big leaguing him.
But so Sophie explains to this guy and the princess, like, hey, we didn't bang not because we didn't want to bang, but because he has ED.
Yeah, so-
and then this guy immediately is like, oh my god.
So before I sound like I'm trying to say this episode is good, why the fuck is Sylphie telling them this?
Because they're her closest friends. But
Sylphie's like in a schoolroom, in like a meeting room with the princess and her guard, who is like Rudius's cousin. And she's like, so yeah, we were gonna fuck yesterday, but he couldn't get it up. I mean, I feel bad.
Do you remember
for him,
his
but
explanation,
he's got
too?
ED.
So Rudius's cousin's explanation is, well, the Grey Rats are usually into buxom women. You don't have enough boobs.
He thinks that it's because she's not hot enough, which is Jesus Christ.
Oh, and then the princess just launches into like, well, I know tons of ways to fix that. You just get them drunk, and then you touch their shoulders, and she's
princess like, I'm a slut. I will fuck anybody.
When do her and Ellen Elise meet? I feel like they'd get along.
Yeah, they would get along. On the one hand, I'm looking at this scene and I'm like, this is fucking preposterous. Why would she have this conversation with them? Why would she tell them so much of Rudius's personal information? It doesn't really fit in with her care. I know she trusts these people, but I just feel like, would Sylvie really tell other people Rudius's
Yeah, Sylvie is pretty
like
shy also, so like you wouldn't, I don't know.
It's a little weird, but luckily the reaction...
Well, I think the reason... Okay, actually, there is a reason, I think. Because if she didn't tell them this, then the princess would probably forbid her from seeing Rudius again. Because she had said that in the last episode, too.
I guess that's fair. That's so stupid. I hate the way characters communicate in this show. It's so goddamn... Anyway, this guy... I do love his reaction.
Wait, he's related to the princess, too, because isn't the princess, like, royalty of the Grey Rats or something?
I have no idea.
Me neither.
I don't remember. I like his reaction because he hears that Rudius has ED and he's like, this is a big deal. Like, I get it. I get why he's been the way he's been. I get why he's been an asshole. I get why he came here. I never understood it, but it seems like he's
and that's
desperate.
the other thing. Sylphie specifically tells them, hey, yeah, he came to this magic school to fix his ED and nothing else.
Yeah. I can't believe he told her that or that she told them that. Both of those things were shot. Everybody is very, like...
If this show can become a lot, like, sillier instead of boring and nothing happening, I might start to like it.
Yeah. And I will say, I like... that now that the characters know what the problem is, they're sympathetic and trying to help.
It's almost like if Rudius had just come out and said it, or if Sylphie had just come out and said, like, hey, I'm Sylphie, what's up?
Yeah.
And then figured all of this out in, like, the first 3 episodes, maybe the plot could have progressed a little quicker. I grew really tired of watching them dither.
Yeah. It's just... I do like... So, okay... With isekai, with anime, with anything that tells a story about a different world, like, I always find that I want a careful balance of realism and escapism. And most stories are trying for that, right? Like, they want to have some element of moral grayness, some kind of conflict, something that makes it so the story is compelling and relatable, but also things that make you wish you could escape into that world or be the main characters because you want to interact with maybe certain people, characters that exist in the story or systems that the story has that, like, you feel like, oh, if the world worked that way, I would really be successful there because I understand these systems. Like, there's a lot of stuff like that. And I appreciate the escapist aspects. So I like that the story is suggesting that there are people who would be like helpful and chill about this dude having erectile dysfunction
Instead of just like teasing him.
Yeah, exactly. Like when the girl had that reaction she did, it made me upset, but it wasn't unrealistic. It was, like I'm saying, like it was good storytelling in that it made me feel like, oh man, that's a real cunty thing that definitely happens to guys in real life, especially like chumps who don't have enough experience or aren't really emotionally prepared for like dealing
Can
with
you
that.
imagine if like next season, like against all odds, the show actually becomes good?
It could have. The show did once against all odds become good, so I don't think it couldn't happen. But it's very safe to say this season
Sucks
sucked.
ass.
This sucked. This was a 3 out of 10 at most. In most. For me.
I'm not counting on it. I'm just saying, wouldn't it be cool, maybe to not watch the worst show ever?
But anyway, so yeah, this is the kind of escapism I enjoy, is the idea like there was a harsh reality bite, but there's also the idea of like, what if some people were nice about it and we're gonna help you out. It is just frustrating that it took so much convolution to get there. When if this is the direction we're going in, could have done it much sooner. But I don't hate going in this direction. So
anyway, we get to a callback where basically, Luke is Rudius's cousin's name.
yeah.
Gives him the virility potion that Rudius bought when he was a kid. Do you remember that when Eris gave him money? Or rather, that's not what happened. What happened was, Rudius and Eris were at the market. Rudius split off from Eris to look at this virility potion, did not buy it, went home, and then Eris had bought it for him. He, hid it, but then broke it and never got to use it with her. So...
Man, I fucking completely forgot about that.
That's the callback. If the potion's been mentioned, basically,
so now he gives it to her to
give to Rudius.
To Sylphie. So, oh man, right after I was feeling like, oh man, isn't it nice that he's gonna help out his cousin? The methodology is the dumbest cartoon.
What is
children's
that? Give him Viagra?
Yeah. How many kids shows have you seen where the plot of an episode is like, oh, I really like this girl, I don't know how to talk to her. Oh, I made a love potion, and if you give it to her, she'll go head over heels for you. Uh-oh, the love potion effects were too strong, and now
No, but this isn't a love potion. This is just a I want to bang potion.
This is rape.
Is it?
This is
they are both consent. No, hang on. Because they're both consenting. They both want to have sex. It's just that he can't get it up.
He doesn't consent to being given an aphrodisiac.
You're right, he doesn't know. No, he does. I'm pretty sure she tells him.
She tells him it's medicine. She's like, oh, well, it is medicine in a way, so I don't feel bad. And then they drink it, and they both get insatiably horny and fuck. But,
we do. The only reason we know they fuck
don't worry,
is...
I have that screen cap. Let me see what's next. There we go.
Look, it's hymen blood. Isn't that a fun thing to add?
I want to throw up just thinking about the way this was presented. So, yeah... he gives her could just have I don't know I mean it worked. The aphrodisiac fixed the ED.
Yeah,
she couldn't do it.
Well, it fixed it for now. We don't know, again, that guy, who's to say it's actually fixed for real.
Maybe that comment meant even this was not the end of the
or maybe it does fix it for a while, and then Eris comes back and he gets all emotionally clouded or something. I don't know.
Blue Chew. That's the
one.
Just give the plot of this episode is give that kid a Blue Chew, and it'll all. His erectile dysfunction was fixed by taking penis pills.
Yeah, I mean that's how a lot of people fix it.
It took 8 episodes for us to get to take a boner pill.
I mean, this is a medieval society. Who's to know except we are to know because it's been mentioned before
Like,
that there are boner pills or the equivalent.
like it seemed like what the show was building towards is like, actually, he needs an emotional connection to be able to really feel something. But the emotional
He's a
connection wasn't
sapiosexual.
enough. The emotional connection didn't work. It was the drugs. The answer is drugs. Anyway, yeah, they have sex. We know because... So, fade to black on them being horny together. He wakes up in the morning, alone. He looks at the bed, sees the blood spot to confirm. Ah, yes, I did indeed take her virginity last night. As I understand it, there are ways to do this that you don't have to... It doesn't have to be bloody.
I don't know that. I've never heard that before.
If you knew it was going to happen, lay down a towel.
That's true. Well, do
it
towels
on the-
exist?
Don't do it on the bed.
I mean, you can change sheets.
Mushoku Tensei is the least classy anime I have ever seen.
Yeah. And that's saying something for
That
anime.
is saying a lot for anime. It's saying a lot. Like the least classy things that's not overtly trying to be like when I think about the guy who created Devilman, Go Nagai, like a lot of his manga is trying to be like the raunchiest, most just like, what can I do to piss off the PTA? That's what it feels like his manga was based on. And even that
Parent Teacher Association?
Yeah.
Okay.
the Japanese PTA, what can I do to piss them off?
Wait, in Japan it's like a big or like a single organization?
They have a big solid PTA organization in Japan that complains about Gintama throughout most of its run. But
Well, okay, so it wasn't fixed because of the Viagra. He wouldn't have been able to get it up again. He didn't get it up again, so we don't know. I mean, I get that it's that she didn't leave. I would believe that. That's actually cool.
Well,
but they
wait.
didn't say that.
Is that what they were?
No, because I mean, as far as I remember, he doesn't get hard again in the episode,
They
so we don't know.
show him getting hard. There's a scene where he just grabs her tit again.
He does do that, yeah.
Now, I would believe that in the novel they have a whole bit about him saying like, "Oh, it moved," so confirmation.
But it
or
moved
whatever.
during the ED arc too, so
That's true. Yeah, he wasn't completely flaccid.
he couldn't keep it up.
He probably would have been able to fuck her if he didn't realize she was Sylphie, and then get kind of like, "Oh shit, now I feel nostalgic and like caring instead of horny," Anyway, Amy reminds us all that Rudy specifically said he would groom Sylphie into his wife in the first season, and now he's being rewarded for it. It worked. He did it. He successfully groomed her.
Yeah.
Good job. So yeah, anyway, let's get the blood spot out of here.
Oh, and then they hug. He's grabbing the boob.
Here's him grab. So yeah, he wakes up. She's not in the room. He's about to start having PTSD about Eris leaving.
But then she just like appears
Hey,
because
she's here.
they go to the same school.
still
Like even if she
around.
wasn't in the room, she
Yeah,
would
well,
be on
no.
campus.
I mean, he still thinks Eris left him because he was like a bad fuck. That's why he has
Yeah.
ED.
Well,
Because she is a ridiculous person who did not communicate anything in any kind of sensical way.
but then also Sylphie retires as Princess Ariel's bodyguard because Princess Ariel
I
says,
have that.
"Oh, you're Rudius's girl now." So
Well, it's because he says he's gonna marry her. He's basically, they're like, "Hey, are you just gonna like leave the school now that your ED is cured? That's all you came here for? Like, you're just gonna abandon her?" And he's like, "No, I'll marry her." And they're like, "All right, well, if you're gonna be his wife, you probably shouldn't continue to pretend to be a man. We'll use his reputation to help everybody." Ease
the
this
princess says,
transition.
"I'll use his name and he can use mine," or something like that. To like grease wheels or whatever. I don't know. It's
I will say, this is maybe the best move Rudius has ever pulled.
what, to just marry Sylphie?
Just marrying her right off the bat.
Lock him down quick.
If you want it, then you should have put a ring on it. Beyonce warned you all like 15 years ago.
I thought it was if you like it, then you should have put a ring. on it.
Whatever. I don't listen to the song. I just know it exists. He's gonna marry Sylvie. Very smart, especially because, as we know from spoilers, he's gonna figure out how to marry multiple women. Anyways,
He's going to figure out. It can't be that hard.
I don't know what the laws are in this world.
Well, I mean, his dad pretty much had 2 wives.
No, he just had a concubine.
Well, whatever. Fair enough.
Alright, Mushoku Tensei 2 is over. Like I said, I at most would give this I'd probably score it a 2. It was pretty fucking frustrating.
It was pretty bad. Maybe,
like,
well, I mean...
This last episode, I would have given, like, a 4, because even though it was still frustrating and that the stuff happening is stupid, in a sense of dramatic writing, it is satisfying to see progress in the story that I am watching, but... like, thinking back on the whole season, I don't remember liking anything. Like, this was maybe the best episode of the season.
Yeah.
It was bad. It was
pretty bad.
Bad, not good.
Remember when they just,
not in a good way.
took away Ellen Elise's curse for no reason? They didn't really explain it. It's just she's in love now, and so she doesn't have to have a curse anymore.
I hated, this is where we should, like, when I do the compilation of all the episodes of the show, this will be the end. So, So any thoughts you have on anything that happened? We had like 4 episodes of him being with the other guild.
Oh, yeah.
None of that mattered.
He was alone for a while, not really looking for his family. He went to school, didn't really look for his family.
A girl blew him off, and
7, the girl from the real world. Remember? The one of the girls he saved?
There's the masked girl. She hasn't done anything significant yet. She just introduced herself, and now she's in the plot. There's the 4-armed Goro guy. He introduced himself. Now he's in the plot. Neither of them did fucking anything. They appeared. They're here now. They're part of the story. Do they matter? I don't care. I mean, I know they do eventually, but I certainly don't care about why.
Is Mushoku Tensei over? Like in manga, I mean,
the
or
light
novel
novels,
or whatever.
Yeah, that's pretty much the reason that they've committed to doing the whole thing. Is that
I wish they didn't.
It's over, and it's not super long, from what I understand.
25 volumes.
Oh, Jesus Christ! How far in are we? Like, how many volumes have been adapted so far?
Great question.
Jesus Christ! Are we gonna have this for like a decade? Are we gonna be complaining about this anime for the next 10 years? What have I done? What did I commit us to? Thank God we're just gonna have Dead Mount Deathplay to complain about next season. That was more fun, less painful. It won't get as many clicks, but it's that homely, that homegrown, that deep tier we watch anime content. Those of you, if anybody's watching this as your first thing on our channel, and you want to hear us talk about bad anime, Dead Mount Deathplay is interesting. It's just not good. So it's fun to talk about. Otherwise, we mostly talk about classics and currently airing shows that we don't think are complete dog shit. And again, Mushoku Tensei Season 1 Part 2 was pretty good. I gave it like a 7. I did not expect this to be bad. I thought it might be okay. Now, granted, when you marathoned Seasons 1 and 2, I watched a bunch of Season 2 over your shoulder, and I was like, all right, I was clearly trying as hard as I could to like this show. I wouldn't necessarily say even that Part 2 is, like, great. But it's so much better than this. This sucked. This was bad. This was embarrassing. But it was definitely embarrassing in a legendary way. I will never forget that I saw 8 episodes of an erectile dysfunction arc in an anime.
The anime is 10 volumes in. So there's 15 left.
So that's not so bad. That's tolerable. It doesn't sound like a decade. God damn, this is 10 volumes? How fucking short are these things?
Oh my gosh, hey, it's the person we met today. Hell yeah, thank you for tuning in.
Oh my god, hey.
Let's not say too much about where we met or
no.
anything. Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, that was the worst anime. Let's talk about something that's not terrible. I guess
Speed Racer.
second.
This episode, I didn't think this show could get goofier. I always think that every single time we start a new arc in Speed Racer. But so they're on the track. They're just driving around. Apparently there's a new engine in the Mach 5, and so that's a big deal. But then they see a guy going really, really fast, and it's a car. It says 3 on it. It says X3 or something. And so...
Yeah, well, wait, did you already mention the new engine that they're testing out and talking about how fast it is?
I did mention that there was a new engine. Yeah. I did not mention exactly what they were doing. Oh, right. So then it cuts to a guy dying by being chased off the road by a race car, and it's something. He says something like "Marengo lives" or something or other, and then Inspector Rokugo, I believe, is his name in the show.
Japanese version.
Yeah, he investigates this guy. Or rather, he questions this guy and basically goes, "Hey, you know anything about Marengo or the X3?" Or no, that's not even what it is.
He's like, "Hey,
they left a card.
A guy ran off the road, and they left this calling card and he shows him the card.
The card says X3, and he goes,
"This guy's like X3," and he's like, "Do you know something about this?" And the guy's like,
"No, totally. I nope, not at all. No,
I don't know." Then I'm like, bro, like you can't just scream at the sight of something and then say you have no idea what it is. But yeah, it's pretty much the Marengo is some kind of disappeared.
It's a car that a guy had built, and then to avoid a crash, he drove off of a cliff.
Yeah, and so everybody thinks that the Marengo, the car, and the guy who drove it is dead, because apparently it was a very impressive car, super fast. It
can go faster than Speed's car.
And theoretically, it would have won the race it was in before being driven off the road. So some people think maybe there was tampering. Maybe somebody killed this guy. And as they're investigating the reappearance of X3, the inspector comes to Speed Racer and is like, "You could probably help me out with this." And he's like, "Hey, that sounds like a good time." And Trixie's like, "No."
Michi, you mean?
Michi in Japanese. She's like, "No, we're on a date today. This is my day. You need to stop." And then the cop's like, "You really gotta help." And Speed's like, "I'll do it." And she goes, "You cops have sunk pretty low. Fucking trying to get help from people for this murder case."
This is something I could see the manager in Maison Ikoku saying. Like, I could see this exact scenario playing out with Maison Ikoku. Except, obviously, Godai's not going to be a racer.
I really like how much Trixie is, like... She really does not want anything getting between her and Speed. Like, she's possessive. That's the word I'm looking for.
Speed doesn't want anything getting between him and the Mach 5.
That's true. But the Mach 5 can hold...
passengers. 2 people, yeah.
Well, it can hold a few people.
Oh, it can hold 4. You're right.
Only one gets to be in the passenger seat, and that's where she gets the possessiveness. Is like, I am Speed Racer's goddamn co-pilot, and nobody's getting in my seat. Nobody's getting between me and my dates. I fuck the police coming straight from the underground. Do not try to. There's another scene later on. I don't think I screen capped it where she. Also freaks out on somebody else. I can't remember why, but it was funny.
Right, so basically it's revealed that the car was being piloted by this robot man who just says the Marengo lives. So as this robot, basically what happens...
The way this is found out is Speed is chasing... He sees the X3, he's giving chase. I think it's murdered like a second guy, so it's like considered a killing spree for this car at this point. And as he's chasing the car, like, it crosses train tracks and the what are they called? The things go down. The rails? Guardrails?
Guardrails, or whatever.
The guards go down and the car just goes right under them and the driver gets, like, caught on the guard and it's just, like, hanging there as the train goes by. and Speed sees that it's just a robot.
And it
So-
says something, but the train is passing, so he can't hear it. But
Yeah.
thank the Lord, someone was recording with a tape recorder, which for some reason could pick up what he was saying.
This is not how audio devices work. If your ears cannot pick something up, there's no way a tape recorder did a better job.
Well,
especially if
what
the
do you have to
reason
say-
is a train is passing by.
What do you have to say about Ghost Adventures, huh? You usually can't hear ghosts talking, but they still show up on those tape recorders.
I mean, they're using different type of
Are
equipment.
you telling me that Zach Baggins is a liar?
I would not dare imply such a thing. Show is garbage. Anyways, so this episode it's a lot of setup. You know, it's clearly the first half of an arc or first third, whatever, however many episodes this is gonna be. We've got this murder mystery with this robot car that seems to be the reincarnation of a car that died in the past. Then we meet, I believe these are the children of the guy who died.
Yeah, so it's the brother and sister. The sister runs a flower shop, and this guy has fallen ill recently. It's funny, because when we first see this guy, he's being questioned by Inspector Rokugo, and he just kind of is in bed, and when Rokugo asks him a question, he just kind of goes... He just makes a noise.
Oh yeah, no, he just shakes his head back. Rokugo's like, "Do you know anything about this?" And he just shakes his head back and forth, and Rokugo leaves.
Rokugo really doesn't ask any follow-up
He
questions.
never does. There's like 2 different scenes in this episode where he just asks somebody like, "Are you involved?" And they're like, "No."
Well, because think
And he's
back to
like,
the mammoth
"All right,"
car.
and goes, "Yeah, exactly."
With
that
the mammoth
too.
car, there were plenty of times that he was like certain that's where the gold was, and they just like shuffled him off.
Yeah.
And you're the police guy.
So yeah, the brother and sister, as soon as the police leave.
The brother like changes into his villain outfit.
Yeah, he was like just wearing like a black shirt. And by the way, he's on a crutch. So
Two, I think he's on crutches.
He's having difficulty moving around, but the second the police are gone, like cut back to him, and he's wearing like a jacket and hat, walking around and taking his sister down into this elaborate secret facility he has built underneath his house. And he's like, "I doubt the police will notice this secret garage I've built in this underground cave." And I'm like, how the fuck did you accomplish this with nobody notice? It's like a Batman lair.
It is. It's pretty much the Batcave,
where-
complete with like secret garage entrance and everything.
And like a whole like a miniature race course, basically. Because so he's testing out this. He's got the car and he's been controlling it by remote
I don't think
control.
there's a race course underground. I think he just like drives it out and fucks with her to freak her out.
I thought it was like just doing donuts around like a little underground like
Maybe that was it.
circle or something.
But so what we're talking about is they come to the brother comes to the conclusion that to further his ends, whatever, he needs to enter the race. He can't enter the race because he's on crutches. So he puts his sister, I think he literally throws his sister into the car and then like just drives her around really, really fast until she says she'll drive it.
No. She doesn't say like. It was
Oh, right,
really
she doesn't
funny.
say anything.
He throws her in the car and then starts remote controlling it to just do donuts, and she's just screaming like helplessly, and he's like crying watching this like, "I'm sorry, but
If I wasn't disabled, I'd do it.
I would do it, but I have to force you to do it." And basically when she stops screaming, he's like, "Thank you, you're gonna do this." And it's like she never agreed to anything. She just stopped disagreeing loudly. So yeah, he's forcing his sister to enter this race that he is going to be piloting the car, and his intention is to pretty much do exactly what was done to his dad, to Speed Racer.
Because Speed is onto them. Not because
Yeah.
Speed's evil, not because Speed like killed his dad or something, because it's kind of implied that the people he's going after had something to do with the death of his father.
Right.
But they're just killing Speed because he's onto him.
Yeah, in the way. So they've sort of lost their way. Maybe they had a noble cause initially, but lost in the sauce a little. And so when this race begins, indeed, he starts using his sister to try to run Speed Racer off the road. And that's pretty much where that episode wraps up.
I sure can't wait to see what happens.
Speed Racer is now a murder mystery.
Oh, also the the brother, he is flying a helicopter. And how's he doing that?
How's he doing it if his legs don't work? I gotta say, there's a moment in this where the tape recorder that's mentioned, it's like a camera that looks like something else, and they say it's this thing that 007 uses.
Right.
I thought that was really interesting because looking at Speed Racer on its own, it's kind of difficult to tell what are the influences on Speed Racer. Like, as far as manga goes...
James Bond makes sense, though.
Yeah, exactly. Like, as manga go, there's not a ton of manga this old, and, like, it's clearly not a racing story. Like, the author probably is interested in racing and race cars, but the story is not about racing. It's an action-adventure, like, serial. You know, globe-trotting, crime, mystery... it's all kinds of things. It's a fucking total genre mishmash. But, like,
apparently,
when you think of... Yes?
By combining the look of Elvis Presley's race car driving image, complete with neckerchief and black pompadour, and James Bond's gadget-filled Aston Martin DB5, Yoshida had the inspiration for his creation. So it's a mix of Elvis driving a race car and James Bond.
So, yeah, with James, like, as soon as he said 007, it was like, oh, this makes so much more sense. Like, if this is mostly trying to be James Bond, but if the main character was a Japanese teenager who is a race car driver, a lot of the way that the story is structured and plays out makes more sense. I also thought maybe like old, any old adventure serials, because like James Bond, sort of like Indiana Jones, is also like very much inspired by older novels and stuff that like... there was a lot of build up to stories that are like this. Speed Racer is just weird because it's also about racing. Like, I don't think there's another story that has all these elements that involves race cars and racing so heavily.
What about that one season of Yu-Gi-Oh where they're like racing motorcycles while they're dueling?
That's much later. But I also I know you've seen some Johnny Quest, and I don't know if that's older or newer than this, but is that similar?
Not really racing. Johnny Quest is a lot more comparable to Indiana Jones. And it probably influenced.
I mean, in terms of like the globe-trotting adventure aspects of.
Oh, much more than this. Yeah, like Johnny Quest, the whole thing is like his dad's a scientist,
right? And
he's just running around doing government stuff. 1964.
So that does predate this. So that could be an influence on.
This is not anime, right? No, it's American animated. Okay. American. Johnny Quest is fun. At least I remember it being fun.
But like that's the only stuff I can think of that I could see being like an influence on Speed Racer, other than 007 being named. It's like stuff in that vein.
I can't believe I thought that Hanna-Barbera was like one person.
Oh yeah, it's like two guys' last names.
William Hanna and Joseph Barbera.
I think it's especially funny because we always say Barbera, but it's spelled the same way as Barbara. So like Hanna-Barbera.
It's Barbera. Right?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I just think it's really funny to think of it as like two women's names that are actually two guys' names. Hanna-Barbera.
When I had always assumed it was just like one lady. I don't know.
All right. Enough about Speed Racer and Hanna-Barbera and the wild, wacky world of old cartoons from the 60s. It's time to talk about...
Well, I mean, I don't know that Johnny Quest is something that Indiana Jones is based on, but they are definitely playing with a lot of the same themes. I mean, and I don't mean like they didn't adapt it or anything. It's just like it's a guy and his family and his family's like Indian manservant or something, and they just bop around doing scientific stuff. There's like submarine episodes, there's cave episodes. It's a fun show. A little weird.
To Anonymous, who said that people always say this, but they can never name any of the supposed serials Indiana Jones is based on. I think that's because there were so fucking many of them. Like, back in the days of pulp writing, like, there were just tons and tons and tons of genre stories. And, like, if you start looking into it, you'll find, like, these things used to be released more so through like magazines. Like the reason they're serialized is that there would be like books that are basically, here's a genre and here's 10 writers in that genre, and each, the new chapter of each of their stories, or a short story that each of them has written.
So when Indiana Jones was being made, Lucas and Spielberg screened Secret of the Incas and a movie called China. Those are so far, just reading through a list on IMDb of like the influences of Indiana Jones, those are the ones
Those are just cinematic influences too. Because like it's more so that throughout the early 20th century there was just the publishing industry was the way you got stories. There wasn't TV. Movies were nascent, and difficult to make. It was not hard to.
It could be argued that James
on really
Bond
cheap paper
is like an Indiana Jones influence. Because, I
Probably.
mean, Indiana Jones isn't a spy by any means, but
Right.
he pretty much fulfills the same function as a spy in an American sense.
I guess what I'm trying to say is basically just that, like, by the time you got to the end of the 20s, I guess Jules Verne, if you need, like, one example, that's a guy who very famously wrote, like, globe-trotting adventure stories. But, like, that was at the end of the 1800s. By the time you get to the 1920s, the influence of someone like that would have already created hundreds of writers doing the same thing, And so it's hard to, like... I have to imagine people at the time, they were just picking up whatever they found, It wasn't so much that you have, like, oh, this is the most classic one of the pulps ever. It's like you read a bunch of stories and you have this, like, amalgam of ideas and imaginations that you've got through those stories, Like, I don't know. When I talk about generic anime, I mean, one of the most powerful things Devu ever did for me as an editor, that video, We Have Accepted Mediocrity, where Devu, like, takes the same shot found in 50 different shows and puts them all back to back. I would never have, like, been able to do that because I can't remember where I saw something. But I will innately see an image and realize, oh, I've seen that 50 times before. Like, I can't name all 50 times, but like, anyway, I've kind of lost track of what I was saying. We should talk about Gundam.
Gundam. Here we go. So we're at the funeral of Garma. It's packed. Everyone's out here. But where's the king, whose name I can't remember? Where's he at?
I can't remember
What's he doing?
either, actually.
Oh, I was about to tell you. I was just.
Oh.
Yeah, no, he's just like sitting in his room listening to something Garma sent him right before.
I couldn't remember his name.
Oh, I see.
But yeah, there's. I like the way they set this up because
Bong hits for Garma.
The episode opens with this, like, showing us that the funeral's about to happen. It's going to be a big fucking deal. But we don't actually see the funeral until the end of the episode. I just think that setting it up by, like, talking about it happening in the last one, getting us ready for it in this one.
His name is Degwin.
Degwin Zabi. It does a good job of like, preparing us to care, to think that this might matter, And then when it happens, it is kind of a big deal, and like the effects of it are not immediately obvious, but you can tell that it's gonna be something that matters just from the way it's presented. I think that's cool, but the bulk of this episode is about the new people they've got chasing down the fucking Trojan horse, because now
if anyone knows, I missed it. Why do they call Whitebase the Trojan horse?
Yeah, we both cannot. We can't. Neither of us can remember or parse why they call Whitebase Trojan horse. So, someone please. By the last episode, they realized the whole universe is Garma.
That is unironically true.
I hope each episode will have a progressively bigger portrait of Garma. So. That is really
that would be good. So basically, these guys are they're hunting down the Trojan horse.
Yeah. Well, now that the Zabis are very, very, very aware of the problem,
And Char's demoted.
They're like, fuck Char, we're gonna send someone cooler. We're sending in Rambaral and his wife.
Which, actually, these two make a cameo in Eureka 7.
Yes, there are characters in Eureka 7 who are like directly, clearly inspired by these ones in terms of how they affect the narrative. I can't remember the wife's name. She had a...
Fuck. Sorrel? I don't know. It's something... Right.
Anyway, yeah, I'm always intrigued. Somebody said in our Discord that it seems like Gundam is always trying to suggest that like women just can't do the jobs that men do, but I've continually seen it more like the show is trying to say that
Hamon. Her name is Hamon. I should remember that because fucking JoJo's.
Yeah, of course. So Rambaral and Hamon here. To me, it seems more like Gundam is always kind of trying to say that like men inevitably end up in leadership roles, but if they don't listen to women, they are fucked. Like that's
which Speed Racer is saying the exact opposite.
I don't know. Speed Racer is usually making fun of the characters for being chauvinistic. At the very least, it always has a woman giving them a side eye, like, "Are you sure?" But at the same time,
you sure about that?
Speed Racer is fucking chaos. It's hard to like parse any kind of thematic messages out of that show. Whereas this one, like, I definitely think there's like, isn't there another important Gundam character named Hamon? There's Haban. Yes, there's Haban Karn in Zeta Gundam, who is important. But this is Hamon, like the Ripple from JoJo. Anonymous says, Gundam Wing taught me that telling a woman you'll kill her is the way to her heart. That is true. The first episode, the main character walks up to the main girl and just goes, I'm going to kill you, and walks away. And then she's like, oh, what a mysterious guy. I want to know more. But
run, bitch! Run!
Anyway, yeah, I do think that Gundam kind of always paints, like, you know, behind every powerful man is a powerful woman. Is
well, except for the zombies. There's not a woman behind the king.
Well, there's the sister,
daughter.
/ daughter. I think as the show goes on, it will kind of suggest that she is, like, in many ways, the most in charge.
It has already suggested that. Garma has made that pretty clear. Or has.
She's definitely right above him, like, in terms of... like she was like his boss militarily or something like that. Anyway, continuing. Yeah, Rambaral's been assigned to take on the Gundam. This is one of the most adorably relatable things that the children have done so far. They come into the room vacuuming, and immediately Bright screams at them like, "You can't be playing in here!" And they're like, We weren't playing it. This happens to me sometimes. Bird's like, why are you fucking around? And I'm like, I was actually doing something.
I plead the fifth.
The little girl is cute. I am sure that she's in this show for nefarious pedophilic reasons.
Oh my god, that little the boy behind her with the overalls and the yellow shirt, that's Torbjorn from Overwatch. Do you remember who Torbjorn is?
Yeah, I know Torbjorn. Anyway. This seems great. They're going through a lightning storm.
Oh, and then everyone's like, oh my god, there's a new weapon. The Federation has a new weapon. The zombies have a new weapon.
Most of these characters have never been to Earth. And
then Rambarel just goes, chill the fuck out. It's lightning. Yeah.
Luckily, each team has at least one person who has heard of lightning. So they
Does the Federation? I don't think they did. I think they were just kind of freaking out about it.
I don't remember if somebody on the bridge was like, nah, dog, that's not...
But Amuro's sitting in his room depressed.
Amuro's having real PTSD.
Because of the girl who, like, fell off of the ship and died.
The lightning makes him remember that girl, and even before that, he's just got the 1,000-yard stare. There's a scene where they're, like, reminding him, you know, you need to eat, and he's just kind of mindlessly doing it, like, he's really becoming the robot. He is becoming Gundam. His humanity is leaving, and he's only got Gundam left.
The thing that Witch from Mercury is warning you against is happening to Amuro.
Exactly. The thing that happens to you watching Witch from Mercury is you feel like your humanity is being sucked away and you're turning into a robot. Anyway, Amuro has to go into battle. I called it PTSD. They call it newbie syndrome or something like that. He's just got a little bit of the newbie syndrome, boss. We'll shake him out of it. Get him out there. So they throw him out, and I don't think I took a picture of the actual robot. There's
Rambaral's robot.
Rambaral's robot is a blue robot.
It's I read
like
into it. It's called a goof.
Yes.
But basically, it's made for fighting on Earth. It's a lot stronger. It has heavier armor. It's made to fight on Earth. Amuro tries to take it out as easily as he would a Zaku, and then Rambaral goes, "Ha! You thought this was a Zaku, you asshole?"
Rambaral kicks him in the rib.
The Gundam's ribs.
Kicks the Gundam in the ribs and says, "This is no Zaku, my boy. No Zaku, or my friend, as these sometimes." This is a famous line from Gundam, I think mostly in a kind of ironic parody way, because the goof is just a blue Zaku with shoulder pads. And so from a toy making perspective, we haven't really talked that much about the cultural context that Mobile Suit Gundams comes from. But when people talk about mecha anime, they tend to break it into the categories of real robot and super robot. Super robot means there's not really rules. It's just big robots beating each other up because it's fun. Real robot is like it's trying to be a realistic conflict.
It's a war movie.
It's war, yeah. Gundam pretty much created real robot as a genre. But in the 70s, there were a bunch of super robot anime. From even as early as the 50s and 60s in manga, and in the 60s with anime, you had like Gigantor, you had usually robots where a little kid was piloting a giant robot, like with remote control.
The Iron Giant.
Closer to that, yeah. Iron Giant is very much in the vein of those stories. And then in Mazinger Z by Go Nagai, the Devilman guy, he put the guy inside of the robot, but like Mazinger Z is Zeus reincarnated
As a robot?
Yeah, and he fires his fist as a rocket, and
wait, it's like literally Zeus?
It's literally Greek gods.
Do the other Greek gods get reincarnated into other robots?
I don't think so. I think it's just Zeus is Mazinger Z.
It kind of sucks. That'd be a really good way to like have people to fight.
I don't really remember, but he shoots his arms as rockets, and like Mazinger Z is an over-the-top ridiculous story. It wasn't concerned about trying to be like a proper war drama with realistic setting and rules. But like in the 70s, there were a ton of super robot anime, and they were all made for the purpose of selling toys. If you have a new robot in every episode, that is a new toy opportunity in every episode. Figure out which ones are popular, keep manufacturing those ones, keep making new anime that feature those same robots so that you can, make sense. Tomino, who created Gundam, he had already made super robot anime. In fact, one of the ones he did before this is basically like a James Bond, like a Speed Racer type, like fever dream, weird, crazy shit anime. Which even then was kind of more adult than most super robot anime, just because the main character was an adult and was doing like spy shit. But it was basically just like a super spy who has a giant robot. With Gundam, it's like, I'm going to try to tell a real war story with giant robots. It's not made for children. It's not really made to sell toys. But they could not justify making that without being able to sell something. Why would we animate all these difficult to animate fucking robots if we weren't going to make toys out of them? So inevitably, almost every episode of Gundam has managed to introduce another robot. Like, usually it's the Federation up to this point. We've had like the gun tank, the gun cannon, the core thing inside
core
of the
fighter,
Gundam
yeah.
core fighter. There's like always some other thing that someone else is gonna pilot. And then on the enemy team, you had initially just the green versus red Zaku, which probably, if you were buying these model kits in the 70s or 80s, they would not have been painted at all. It definitely wouldn't have been colored. But, like, you can paint yours red if you want it to be Char's. Buy 2 Zaku, paint them different colors. But, like, the goof is so similar to the Zaku. From a toy-making perspective, the logic is obvious. You can use the same mold and barely change it, or use most of the same parts and not have to build a bunch of new shit.
Well, if you think about, let's say, for
cost-effective.
example, the iPhone.
Yeah.
It's exactly the same. Oh, we changed the port. Oh, it's made of titanium now. Oh,
Right. The software is usually really the upgrade you're hoping for, but even then, or the camera, I guess, is usually the biggest thing that improves. But yeah, the goof shows up, and the fact that the character literally says, "This is no Zaku, boy," like, on a marketing level is very funny.
It's good to know.
So that's why I had to explain all that.
It's also blue, so like even if it was a Zaku, you'd still need to buy it for the blueness.
Exactly. So then they Ramba Rao. Wow, I just hit my head on this weird fucking lamp. It's on this desk. Ramba Rao kind of like beats Amuro's ass, but then just kind of fucks off. I guess because they have to go watch this funeral.
Yeah.
It's too important to miss. I don't know. They probably could have.
No, it's because White Base
the
starts
Gundam.
like shooting at them.
Is that all?
I think that's what it is.
It seemed like Amuro had the take that he thought they let him live.
Maybe.
And I'm not really sure why, but like right after this happens, the broadcast starts, and the zombies are broadcasting this everywhere, all over Earth. They're jamming all of TV signal, I guess, with
A speech about freedom.
Yes.
They basically go, "Hey guys, Federation has 30 times the amount of people we have, even after we dropped a colony on them.
Yeah.
But how have we survived this long? It's because we fight for freedom, guys. And Garma embodied those ideals of freedom and everything more than anyone else in our society. So, if we all capitalize on this loss of Garma, we can be the best and kill the Federation or get their freedom or whatever." It's not clear exactly what they want.
I think this speech is when people became convinced that Gundam is a smart anime. Because it feels really real. This is the kind of thing that would change the tide in a real life. It's like
What even like Amuro is like, "Oh my god, this is who we're fighting," and Bright Noah immediately after that goes, "Shut the fuck up."
Yeah. This is the Gettysburg Address of the Mobile Suit Gundam war. But it presents the conflict in an interesting way because from Zeon's perspective...
Oh my god, they really changed how Ramba Rao looks in Gundam Origin. He's like actually attractive.
I think he looks fine in this show.
I'm not saying he doesn't look
He's
fine.
just a bit
it's
older.
just yeah. It's a weird thing to change.
Well, he's supposed to be like 10 years younger or something in Origin, so... It's literally like the origin story of Char.
Yes.
Anyway, in this speech, they're making it clear that the Federation are the evil empire in their minds. They're like, the Federation, they outnumber us, they have control over us. All we wanted was freedom.
We just wanted to live in space, dog.
And I've pointed out before, like, in many ways, Zeon is the United States in this story. Like,
Even though they're the ones with the king.
that's true. But, like, in the United States...
I think, actually, France is a better parallel. Because, the French Revolution happened, and then they ended up with a king and a monarchy, pretty much.
Okay,
Napoleon.
I compare it to America because of the fact that it involved being a satellite of the original place.
Sure.
Like because the reason that Zeon wants freedom is they live in space. They have nothing to do with the Earth or what matters on Earth.
Yeah.
In many ways, it's similar to even just the American Civil War, like the problems of the South and North being so culturally different, where the South was largely these rich landowners who were depending entirely on slave labor to have these like ridiculous margins, and people in the North living a totally different lifestyle, but one that also wouldn't really be possible without all that stuff happening in the South, and like that lack of appreciation on both sides for what the other side's trying to do, leading to conflict. In this case, like the Federation has built the government that launched all these colonies and put all these people into space. But because of the fact that the concerns of the people in space are so different from the ones back on Earth, they're like, hey, we're not being listened to. Like, we don't really have...
We don't deserve taxation without representation.
Exactly, and we don't have the voting demographic to make a sizable change in the decision-making because we have fewer people. But those people are very dedicated, and... So we will eventually learn, I think, how Zeon formed. At the very least, Gundam Origin goes really in a little
That's
bit
the point
more
of it,
detail,
isn't it?
Kind of. Although even then, like the first episode, basically it starts with the zombies fucking over the situation. But like Char's dad wanted, he was not trying to start a war. He was trying to start a political movement to, separate from the Earth Federation and become their own autonomous government. The zombies co-opted this movement, killed that guy, worked with a bunch of, people who, weapons manufacturers and stuff, people who were going to funnel money into them starting a war with the Federation. And so, even though the ideals behind their revolution are solid, the execution of those ideals is just the most insanely violent thing it could possibly be. So, like, when you listen to them talk about what they want, it sounds reasonable. It sounds good. It sounds like they're the good guys. It sounds like they're defending themselves from, something. But at the same time, when you see the reality of what they are actually doing, it's madness in the way that they live, particularly the zombies who are spoiled rich kids.
Real quick, Amy, I have seen a fair amount of The Expanse, and it is cool. I have not finished it, but it's cool. I think it's an Amazon show, not Apple TV. But I do think Apple TV has something very similar to The Expanse. And now we see Char in his cool outfit.
Yeah, Char talking about how Garma died for being a spoiled kid. By the way, yeah, this outfit is really cool, but also looking at this shot, I'm thinking Char has to be like 90 pounds, right? Like, this guy has got to be a small dude. But he looks swank. This is closer to the look he'll have in Zeta Gundam when he changes his name to Cinco Vagina, which
Is that
just means 5 vaginas, right? It's just the Spanish word cinco and the English word vagina, but
it's with a B though, right?
Yeah, vagina. But like, what is that if not the Japanese pronunciation of the English word? I think it's spelled like Bajeena or something like that.
Let's see. Quattro
Vagina. Sorry, Cinco Vagina is a friend of mine on Twitter, so that's he's doing a parody. I forgot which number it actually is.
Oh, okay. Quattro Vagina looks dope. He's just Char in his military outfit without sleeves and cool sunglasses.
Yeah, so
he actually kind of has the same glasses as Snake Oiler.
He's kind of got the glasses. He's got I guess they're a little bit more square, but he's
building No, I think that's fan art actually.
He's getting towards being Quattro Vagina. Anyways. Yeah, so
what is...
That's it,
sorry.
that's Gundam.
I guess that's too much of a... Why is he Quattro? Like, why is he...
Because, after the events of Mobile Suit Gundam, Zeon no longer exists.
Sure.
But the people who were in Zeon have there's basically more than one faction because the Federation is weak enough that it no longer could compete with two different factions all work. So it's like a three-way war instead of a one-way war. Char ends up working with the Federation.
Okay.
He does not want them to know who he was.
That would make sense. Yeah.
He's like on Bright Noah's ship, like being pals
Wait,
with
okay,
Bright Noah.
hang on. Surely Bright Noah has seen what Char looks like.
He's got such an amazing disguise.
You're right. No sleeves,
No sleeves.
Sunglasses.
The name Quattro Vegeta, which no one would question if that's a real
name.
name.
Another name he goes by is Edward Mass.
What?
Shark. Well, I don't know in what context, but another alibi is Edward Mass.
Edward Mass. Well, in Char as in Gundam the Origin, I'm sure this wasn't something Tomino had planned, but in Gundam the Origin, we learned that Char Aznable is actually a guy who looked exactly like him that he stole the identity of. So that's not even his original name. Which, well, I guess we know it's not his original name because what's her name calls him Selim or something.
Yeah, they've got real names. Well, because their last name's not Aznable. Their last name's like Dekun or something.
Yes, and that was the guy who. So Char Aznable is already a stolen identity.
Yeah.
But yeah, he changes it a few more.
Ellen says, "Is this the episode of Jujungo Bungo where Mei Mei uses her power and it's the dumbest thing ever?" Well, fortunately, Mei Mei's power.
Before we get into that, Ginger Frog said
Team Rocketeer disguise.
All right, yes, it's time to talk about Jujutsu Kaisen.
I don't actually remember if Mei Mei uses her crow powers in this at all.
She does not.
Yeah.
She does not use her powers in this.
I have watched the next episode as well because of what happens in it, and I really wanted to see it. But I'll watch it again with you.
Yeah, we're not going to talk about it yet. Yeah. There is another episode of this already.
So Mechamaru!
We're behind.
He's around. Wow, how did this happen?
Yeah, this episode starts off with Itadori snatching something from the sky.
And he's like, oh my god, what the hell? And he tries to kill it.
Yeah.
But then it's Mechamaru, and Mechamaru goes, hey, stop.
No time.
Yeah, there's no time. And even though for the rest of the episode, Mechamaru is just like hanging out with them as a drone, keep in mind, Mechamaru is dead. Yes. He died in like the first episode.
So what is communicating through these devices?
So, it's Mechamaru. It's cursed energy. I don't know how, but people can communicate from beyond the grave in this universe.
So the idea is like there's enough.
I don't know how explicitly.
Is it like a shard of his soul, so to speak?
I don't know how explicitly it is explained, but my understanding of why these are around is before he died, he put 3 of these drones in 3 different places. One where Yuji is, one in Shibuya, and one in some other train station. When he realized he was dying, he made a binding vow, I assume with the last of the cursed energy he had, so that if Gojo Satoru was sealed, the drones would activate and they would be able to tell whoever what was going on. Because remember, he was the spy. He was the one who was working with them to make all of this possible. As for how any of this actually works, no fucking clue.
The crazy thing about Jujutsu Kaisen is that it will explain
a lot of stuff,
80,000 words of shit, and still be like, but we don't know why this is happening. And there's a scene in this episode where the villains literally realize new rules they didn't know, and
that kind of happens
don't
constantly.
Even know what's going on. How are you supposed to follow the rules if they don't even know the rules as they're explaining them to you? It's endlessly complicated. I think that's kind of the point.
Yeah. Well, and it's funny, too, because, Jujutsu Kaisen does spend a fair amount of time explaining exactly what is going on. And even then, people will make, 2-hour-long analysis and explanation videos about what is going on because it's so fucking confusing. And I'm not ragging on people who do that. I think it is worth doing because it is very hard to parse sometimes. But yeah, basically, there's 4 veils covering the station.
We heard you liked veils, so
we got
put
4 of
some
them.
Veils inside your veils, so you really can't see shit.
So if I remember correctly, the first veil keeps regular people out. The second veil seals Gojo in. I'm sorry, the third veil seals Gojo in. The second veil also keeps regular people in
you
and
imagine
sorcerers out.
writing
And
this?
then the first veil just keeps regular people in. Or something like that.
Like there's scenes in like Evangelion where it's like they'll say like a bunch of really comically convoluted shit all like back to back really fast, and you'll be like, what is happening? But usually it moves on quickly enough that it really isn't asking you to actually have paid attention to any of that. Jujutsu Kaisen will be like 8 minutes of the first veil, and then there's 3 others, but stay with me. Like, there's so much explanation of what ultimately feels like a very straightforward thing that's happening. Like, I felt like I caught up in this
Pretty quickly.
episode,
Yeah.
like with what matters and what is happening, because
Gojo's sealed. Everyone else is trying to save Gojo.
yeah,
That's it.
that's really emotionally, narratively, not that much is going on, but somehow it is going on in the most complicated way that it could be going on. Anyway.
So this is Gojo. He's in the prison realm. Time doesn't pass like time normally does in the prison realm. The prison realm is embedded into the ground because it needs to, quote, process Gojo Satoru.
Yeah, so
Satoru.
basically they trapped him in a magic box, but because he is who he is, his powers are so
He's
ridiculous.
the most powerful.
The magic box is like, I'm gonna need a minute to digest this, and just kind of sinks into the ground, and the bad guys are like, fuck.
Well, so most of the cursed spirits are like, all right, let's go kill sorcerers. And then Kenjaku or Geto is like, I'm gonna wait here.
I'm gonna just watch this thing and make sure this is happening.
Right, this guy comes up and kills the man in the suit who lowers the jujutsu veils.
Yeah, one of the random sorcerers who's never been named.
I'm
or
just
battered.
gonna say, I think this is the first time he shows up, honestly. I fucking hate this character. I really hate this character. Not interesting, not intriguing.
It's such a shame because you would totally dress like this character.
Absolutely. No, absolutely. Just a fucking annoying character is all. Like, I get... Like Mahito. Mahito's a really good example of like being really arrogant and hateable, but still an overall likable character. This character, just fucking hateable. Like, not intriguing, not interesting. He's just, I like to kill weaklings.
I mean,
or something.
We
will learn he is a weakling.
I will say, I really hated Mahito in the first season.
Sure.
I remember thinking, like, he's not interesting. He's just a bad guy. Like, hey, write a bad guy. Here you go. And it's not that he's really gotten more interesting in this season, but they've put a lot of care into like animating him in a really particular way.
Yeah.
Where they show a lot of him just kind of dancing about.
Well, because this season...
He's just having a good time.
Yeah. Or rather, this specific arc is going to be kind of Mahito's evolution into a full curse. Like, he's still kind of a new curse right now. That's why he looks like a person, I think is the implication. But yeah. Eventually,
so he's less of a curse than even the other guys around him. Who I always thought he was like second in command.
He's definitely the most powerful, I think, in terms of what he can do and how he can do it. But he's still learning. He's new.
But yeah, I do think that kind of that like odd sense of innocence and like. Especially when they play that off of, like, the Volcano dude who's, like, a little bit more serious and, you know, even though he's still, like, a sadistic evil guy, he has, like, an idea in his head of, like, a goal he's trying to accomplish. Whereas Mahito feels more just like, I'm just trying to fucking fight some cool dudes and, you know, like, get some cool battles in. This guy just, he says, I like bullying the weak. It's fun to murder people when they're not paying attention. Haha.
This is not the first person in this series of episodes that will be introduced because, like, with their main thing being, I like to bully the weak. I mean, most of the curses.
Not the last.
Not the last. I mean, sorry. So Mahito and Jogo are basically having the conversation. Do we kill Itadori or do we give him the rest of Sukuna's fingers? Because with Gojo gone, we don't really need Sukuna.
Yeah, this was the first scene where I felt like I had caught up to the show. Where, like, the conversation being had by the bad guys made me think, okay, so what they were trying to do, they accomplished. They caught Gojo Satoru, but they're held up because of the processing. And as it's processing, they're thinking, like, well, this Itadori kid, on the one hand, we wanted to keep him alive because the demon inside of him, if it was on our side, would be super powerful. And, it would have tipped the scales in our favor. But now that we have Gojo, the scales are already tipped in our favor enough that we don't really need Sukuna, and having this kid against us is kind of bad. So if it's easier to kill him than it is to bring the demon out of him, let's just kill him.
Yeah. Mahito, I don't know if this is the case, but he believes that he is the result of the hatred of humans because of the transgressions humans have done to other humans. Or humans' hatred of each other, rather. He's the manifestation of that. But yeah, I don't know. Sukuna, what are we going to do with him? Is he going to come back? Who knows? So yeah, this is pretty much everyone, all of the sorcerers going, we're going to rescue Gojo.
So even though Itadori was, like, all the way up in northern Japan, Mekamaru... This is what I mean by it being convoluted, right? So, like, in Shibuya...
Yeah.
Is Gojo, most of the sorcerers.
Yeah, so in Shibuya, it's Gojo, Ino, who is this guy who wears the beanie, Panda, I forget this guy's name, but he's important, Nobara, Maki, Nanami, and Megumi are all in Shibuya, just kind of hanging out outside.
So they're all there. What are most of them doing?
So, when Gojo first went into the Veil,
yeah,
the conceit was it can only be Gojo. And so Jujutsu headquarters basically said, all right, just hang out, wait, see what happens, get the dregs. No one knew that Gojo was going to be sealed.
Ellen said, look at all these very important characters.
I mean, that's...
How many of these characters will not matter at all in the long run?
In what sense?
Like, are never going to do anything really cool.
They are all going to do something really cool.
Even Beanie Guy and brown shirt guy you couldn't remember the name of.
Well, he actually, this is a minor spoiler. In the manga, the current chapter, he has just entered the fight. Oh. Which is really exciting. Because I've been wondering, what the fuck does this guy do?
Face Man? Or
Choso. Choso will do stuff that's very important.
What about Squid Face Dude?
Dagon will also do things that are important.
Okay, so these are guys you know.
Yeah.
They will matter eventually. Okay.
I don't think Panda does do anything really cool. Unfortunately, I think Panda doesn't really do much cool from here on out.
He's already been around for a while, so I guess he's already expended his purpose. Author just wants to draw a panda, whatever.
Amy does say they are all important in this arc. Most of them will be important past this arc as well.
Okay. So, but what I mean with the convolution, all these people are standing right outside the barrier.
Well, not all of them. Yuji's
most of them are
there.
Right outside. Itadori is all the way out, and Mei and the other kid are all the way out.
Mei and Uyui.
So the Mekamaru drones.
Yeah.
One of them saw Gojo get captured.
One of them was in Shibuya, and so it was recording, and it showed everyone what happened. But Mahito then destroyed it.
Okay. What I'm confused about is Mekamaru in the north talks to Itadori and is like, Gojo's been sealed.
Yeah.
You need to get back there. So Itadori makes some kind of insane...
He runs to Shibuya and jumps up on a skyscraper and starts yelling for Nanami.
He runs 300, 400 miles, whatever it is, from fucking Aoyama to Shibuya on top of a building. And just screams out, hey, Nanami! Gojo's been sealed, and so now all the sorcerers are like, "Oh shit, we gotta do stuff."
It's 10 minutes. It's 10 minutes away. Aoyama to Shibuya. It's 10 minutes away.
Oh, I thought he was in Aoyama Prefecture, which is like
no, because remember he's just the next station up.
That makes a lot more sense. Aoyama Prefecture is like the northernmost part of Japan, so I thought they were like, because it was snowing in all those scenes, so I was just like, oh, they're up in north. Makes a lot more sense if they were. Not that
Ellen
far
makes a
away.
good point. The Zenin guy is around. The oldest Zenin guy. I actually don't see him. Oh, there he is. He's next to Maki. That's the lead of Maki's clan. And his curse technique is based on animation. I can't really say more than that without it being a spoiler, but she is right. It will be very interesting to see how they choose to animate it.
It's fucking with my head that for like 2 episodes I thought he was in a totally different part of Japan, and actually he was just like a city.
He's like 10 minutes away.
Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, he runs, city to city, announces to everybody. I guess that makes a lot more sense, because my thinking was, why wasn't there a Mechamaru nearer to everyone else to tell them, instead of going all the way out to where he was to tell him? But it makes a lot more sense if they weren't that far away. Anyway, my Japanese geography be lacking. Got to take a trip to Japan so I can watch Jujutsu Kaisen right.
Oh, I can't wait to go backpacking across Japan. That sounds like so much fun.
It will be fun. Anyway, anything else you want to say about this episode?
Is this the last thing? Let's rescue Gojo Satoru.
This is like the last
or
one.
Gojo Satoru. The next episode is going to be so much fun.
I'll say of this show, what's been intriguing me lately is like, this is one of the most villain-centric shonen anime I've ever seen.
Because they've made this point somewhat clear. The cursed spirits are beings too. They just want to, like, Mahito's whole thing is literally, he wants to kill all the humans, but so he can just exist as a cursed spirit, pretty much. And also, the other thing they have made pretty abundantly clear, Jujutsu headquarters are not good guys.
Yeah.
They are all assholes, including this old man here. And we will get into that.
Amy asked, why not cover the 2 episodes? I didn't watch them.
Yeah, no, I watched it just because I wanted to see what... A character comes back, and I really wanted to see it happen.
Right.
But yeah, it's pretty interesting.
Anyway, yeah, the villain centricness, like, it's I think what makes it feel weird to me is that the villains are kind of the protagonists right now.
Oh yeah.
In the sense that the main characters, the good guys, are very reactive. Like, they're just kind of trying to figure out what's going on and what they're gonna do about it. Whereas the bad guys, there's lots of scenes of them like deciding what they're going to do and then moving the plot forward.
Yeah, the ball is in their court. They've been plotting for the whole first season to make all of this happen, and no one knew about it. It's going to become... It's just going to keep being this way, of being very antagonist focused. Like, the next 2 arcs, which are... I think... So, Gojo gets sealed in chapter 91, which I believe is about where we are now. We are now on chapter 238. And he only got unsealed like 30 chapters ago. Yeah. So it went at least 100 chapters without Gojo in it. And a lot happens.
Spoilers.
Well, I didn't say what happened.
Anyways.
Except that Gojo gets unsealed, which, duh.
I guess the intriguing part to me is that, like, it puts so much emphasis on the villains, but it doesn't try to make them likable.
No.
They are bad guys. They're people eaters, It reminds me of one of my favorite anime, which is Shiki, which I hope we get the chance one day to cover on this show, but probably not anytime soon. It's humans versus vampires basically, but similar to the cursed spirits in this, like, you understand why the vampires are doing what they're doing and like why they think they have to go through the stuff they're going through, but like, humans go to war with the vampires, and it's like, well, you can't really side with the vampires, but you also think the humans are being doing really fucked things in their war with them, so just everybody kind of comes out looking like the bad guy, and I feel like
money havers vote for Shiki.
Alright. Next up is Monster.
Oh my god, so, wow, wouldn't you believe it? this kid's troubles are not over. I never could have guessed that the show about living the most depressing life you possibly could would become depressing.
Monster is, to me, kind of an unintentional comedy.
It can be. Like, when Thief Guy, when he showed up, that episode, total comedy. This, not so much.
Not as intentional. Not as trying to be funny, but I laughed a bit watching this one.
I guess Ellen agrees.
I'm glad I'm not the only one here. Like, and I'll say of Monster, it's simultaneously like a thriller and a little bit of a horror series. And, it's been said many times, horror and comedy, they kind of sit close together.
Tragedy and comedy.
Well, no. Horror and comedy. Tragedy is a totally different thing. Horror and comedy sit close together.
The two masks.
Yeah, that has nothing to do with what I'm talking about.
Are they horror and comedy?
No, they're tragedy and comedy, but that's drama, and it's not what I'm talking about. Horror and comedy are often close together. There's been a lot of horror comedies. There's a lot of horror that can be funny in how it is disturbing. Like Junji Ito. Most of Junji Ito's stuff is like somewhat funny, but in a really off-putting way. Like, the images are funny, but in a way that makes you go like, oh, what the fuck,
Sure.
And that's what sticks with you, is that weird intersection of the comedy and horror. Like that one where the kid turns into an ice cream.
Oh yeah, that was weird.
Shintaro Kago, who's my favorite Guro author, is very much like going for like punchline level humor, but also just the most fucked up, disturbing ideas behind what the imagery is. So like,
I mean, my favorite example of like horror comedy is The Holes, but it's that one. It's Boomhauer.
Yeah,
God damn it, that's my hole. It was made for me.
Goddamn hole, goddamn. Yeah. So comedy and horror, there's a close relationship, and sometimes something can pull off being both. And I think this show sometimes has pulled off being a little bit scary, but to me, mostly
when Johan is actually around. When Johan, like the adult, is actually around, and they're trying to not tell you that it's actually Johan, like when Tenma,
that someone's gonna die if that guy's around.
Yes.
Yeah.
But like when Tenma tied that guy up, and it didn't actually show Johan, but the guy was like, "Oh my god, it's you! You're gonna untie me, right?" And then you just hear a gunshot. That was a suspenseful, scary moment to me. Yeah. And then any time where it is Johan, and we know it's him. Also pretty fucking scary because he's unsettling. Because
he doesn't give a fuck and he's gonna do whatever he wants.
Yeah. But so basically the point of this episode, aside from some like actual what's going on in the episode, is to let you know Johan has always been like this.
Yes.
He was never good.
Truly from his core just a monster. And yeah, like from a plot standpoint, this episode is fine. I mean, I kind of feel like the show has always been trying to suggest that about Johan, that like,
but they have not come out and just said it.
This episode, not just said it, it proved it.
Yeah.
Like, they go out of their way to be like, no, you don't understand. It's not the upbringing. A lot of kids were raised in the same exact circumstances as him. None of them turned out like him. He just is that way. But while I liked that the episode establishes that, and some of the stuff that happens is disturbing in kind of a memorable way, it's also, like, it's not heavy enough to come off to me as feeling like shit instead of just laughing at it.
Sure.
Game of Thrones is a show that made me feel fucking terrible.
It's very good at that.
Game of Thrones, like... And granted, when I watched that show, like, because I had avoided it because I heard it's like, yeah, everybody you like is going to die in it, right?
I had avoided it because I tend to avoid shows that people are really annoying about.
That's fair as well. But at the end of Game of Thrones Season 3 is the Red Wedding scene. The most famously, like, shocking big series of deaths in
Oh
the
my
show.
god, they stab a pregnant woman.
I just happened to watch just the ending of that episode when my mom was watching it, and not having context, not caring about the characters, I was just like, wow, that scene was awesome. Like, it's so well done that it convinced me to watch the rest of the show. But then, as soon as something I didn't know was going to happened that really fucked with me, i.e. the Viper getting his head crushed in season 4, I was so disturbed that I couldn't even make it to the next season. I was just like, I can't. It's too much for me. It's too hitting too hard. Monster has never come close to that kind of emotion.
Ellen responded in response to the I don't watch things that people are really fucking annoying about. I hadn't heard of Mushoku Tensei before we started covering it.
Oh yeah.
The annoyingness came after I had correct opinions about it.
Amy says the Viper fucks me mentally to this day. I mean, I have a very clear image in my mind.
Yeah, me too.
Of that.
Yeah.
Just
I haven't
the
even
2
seen that
seconds,
season.
The 2 seconds of the thumbs going in and the blood starting to rush out of his face.
Well, hey,
It's
now that
enough to
guy's
be
the
like,
Mandalorian
ugh.
and Joel from The Last of Us.
Yeah, I don't know whose idea it was to take that actor who we had all just come to love and put a fucking mask over him for 5 years, but fuck you, whoever did that.
I do not mind his performance as the Mandalorian, to be honest with you.
I just want to see his face. He's a handsome guy.
Sure,
I fell
sure.
in love with him being this cool bisexual dude from Game of Thrones, and then he put a mask on for the rest of it.
Over in Martell, he's called like the Red Viper or something. Let me see. But then, so I actually, because I didn't watch Game of Thrones, I knew Pedro Pascal from Narcos. He's really, really good in Narcos.
Anyways, I just keep picturing him in that gif from that Nicolas Cage movie.
He's the Viper because he's the Red Viper of Dorne because all of his daughters are the Sand Snakes. Do you remember that?
I never.
He has like a shit ton of daughters. They're all from illegitimate marriages or whatever, and they're the Sand Snakes.
Anyways, so Monster, when it has moments where it's trying to like hit, sometimes it's just like it doesn't go hard enough, and so it falls into this kind of uncanny valley of like, I see that you were trying to do something sad, but because it's not quite
It's
sad
not as
enough,
sad as it could be.
It's kind of funny. So like this first scene that I have here. By the way, this episode opens with like a fucking 3 minutes of recap of the previous episode, and basically just more reiteration of like that kindergarten 511 was really bad. They ran experiments. They were trying to turn children into soldiers, and they basically ended up all of the children and all of the staff murdered each other, except for one guy who got out, and that guy is totally the guy who was abusing this child in the last episode.
Well, 2 people got out. The guy and Johan.
Right.
But the guy, like, Johan is implied to be responsible for it, or maybe even explicitly said to be responsible for it, and the guy was just there.
So if you missed the last episode, this kid before
Dieter!
Dieter, before he was found being beaten, God damn it, I keep calling him Johan, the main character, Tenma, was bringing him a soccer ball. And this episode, like, the kid's like, give me my soccer ball. And the nurse is like, all right. And she gives it to him. And I'm like, he's fucking laying in bed with a broken arm. What is he gonna do with the soccer ball? Like, she gives it to him and he just kind of like,
holds it.
I don't know, shifts it around in his grip a little bit. And I'm like, oh my God. And like, I don't know, maybe the intent was tragedy of like, he got him a soccer ball, but he got so beat up he can't even play with. I don't know.
It's just like in Anchorman 2 when Ron Burgundy goes blind.
I could not help but laugh at the kid being handed the soccer ball while he's laying on his back in bed. You know, you could call it tragic, I guess. But then the kid is immediately taken away because, of course, as soon as his foster father shows up, they give him to him. And Ten was like, what the fuck did... I came in here with that kid, and I told you, do not give him to anybody. And they're like, yeah, but it was his foster dad. Like, I don't know what Tenma expected in this situation. Like, I'm not criticizing the writing here. This is obviously what would have happened. It's just funny that Tenma even considered that they were going to follow his command and keep the kid. Like, he couldn't have given them more specific instructions. Like, hey, this, I just rescued this kid's foster dad, abused him. That's why he's so beaten up. So if he shows up, you should really keep the kid away from him because he's an abuser. He didn't say any of that. Keep everyone away from the kid. What? You let his father take him home? Alright. Tenma, maybe think this through a little more. Also, he ends up grabbing this nurse by the shoulders, and there's kind of a fun scene where another nurse says, like, well, not only was he the father, but he was much more of a gentleman than you are. And Tenma kind of realizes, like, he's shaking a small woman down in the middle of the hospital, takes his hands off of her and kind of looks embarrassed about it. I like this. It's interesting because as a Japanese doctor, there is nobody I can imagine doing that less. Like, especially Dr. Tenma, the incredibly mild-mannered guy. Like, even to a point where he feels bad about realizing he's doing this right away. Like, oh, God. Sorry. He doesn't say anything, but, like, he's definitely changed a lot, is what I'm trying to say.
It's really strange that they thought... I mean, I know they don't know this, but it's strange that Tenma thought that these nurses would listen to a guy wanted for murder, as opposed to the person who is legally in charge of the child.
Maybe you could have thought that through a little more. So... he is... I don't remember how he gets tipped off to go to where the 511... Oh, yeah, like... He's at the hospital, and how is it he gets into the room where he finds the photos? He just kind of, like, ends up in an office room where he finds photos of Johan at the 511 kindergarten, and he's like, like, all of this happened there, and then he goes to the place. And when he's there, it just so happens that Dieter and the guy are there. I love this shot. Looks epic. It's cool. But this man is, like, mentally unraveling, which tends to be the state of people that Tenma comes in contact with.
I mean, Tenma is in the process of mentally unraveling.
That's fair. He has a tendency to find people right when they're either about to murder someone or themselves. So that also kind of makes me giggle, just because, like, at this point, it's been so many scenes of him, like, turning up to the scene of the shooting that's about to happen and having to talk to someone. This shot's kind of an Akira reference. I could see it. I get what you mean by that. But yeah, so this guy's like, it seems this boy cannot see whatever Johan was seeing. And Tenma's like, what are you talking about? And he basically says that at some point, Johan sat in this chair at the top of this room and watched as everyone else murdered each other. And when this guy asked him what he did... Well, because he set it on
fire, right?
Well, no, the guy... It was a metaphor. He asked Johan, like, what did you do? And Johan says, I just put a little bit of oil on the fire. And the guy is like...
Okay.
This 10-year-old...
See, it's because he literally throws...
Yeah, that makes it weird. The guy literally does throw a thing on the fire as he explains it. But then he's like... It was a metaphor, you see, because even though he was only 10, he understood that all he had to do was put a little oil on the fire and make everybody kill each other. I want that actual story, though. I want to know... I want the whole story of the tension that built to a point that all he had to do was say a few words to a few people and 50 people murdered each other over it. And what that looked like. But anyways... We don't get to see any of that. Instead, this guy's just like, man, I wish there was another one like Johan, because that guy could have been a real leader. Johan, like, he's like, our experiment was a failure. We were trying to make child soldiers by way of weird experimental torture. Didn't work. But Johan was born to be the Ubermensch. He just has it in him to, to make anybody kill anybody.
He's not just a soldier. He's a leader, is what
Yeah.
they say. Yeah.
And then he's like going to just kill. Fuck, what was the name again? Dieter? Yeah, Dieter. He's just gonna kill Dieter, and then Ten was like, "If you make a move,
Not
I'm
only
gonna
is he
shoot
going
ya."
to kill Dieter, he is going to shoot him in the head with a double-barreled shotgun, which is, I don't know, excessive. He's like 8. I don't think you need a full-on fucking shot. I mean, far be it from me to know how to murder children, but this guy's really crazy, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
This scene is all the evidence I needed to know that Tenma is still a weak bitch who will not.
Because
be able
Tenma
to-
just doesn't shoot this guy immediately.
doesn't shoot him. The guy has put a gun to a child's head.
Well, I'll give him this. I wouldn't shoot him when he had the gun at the kid's head, but eventually he turns towards Tenma. And so at that point, fucking
The second
brain
he
him.
put the gun on the kid's head, I would have shot him.
No, you're not look, because there is a high chance that the gun goes off.
I
mean, like,
guess if he's like ready to shoot, but
no, I mean, even if he's not, it can be an involuntary reflex.
okay, well that's fair enough. I just think
I mean, like, just for a second, think. If he shoots him in the head, and even if not in the head, but specifically the head, that's like plowing through all your nerves. You think some reflexes aren't going to happen?
okay.
And then even if he does shoot him anywhere else other than the head,
Well,
A, no guarantee he's dead. B, he's probably going to shoot the kid. Wouldn't you if you were...
even supposing that that he shouldn't have shot him right away, like you said, when he turns the gun to Tenma. I mean, I think so. The problem with dramatic writing is that sometimes you can just say, well, this character knows exactly what to say and does, and so it works. And I, as an audience member, kind of have to think like, but why does he know exactly? Why were those the right combination? Like, we didn't really set up to make that be the way this works. And so, like, with this scene, it seems like Tenma just knows that guy is not gonna shoot this kid as long as he has this gun pointed at him. Because he thinks that guy is not gonna give up his life or not gonna... I don't know.
What is this guy's motivation exactly? To make a Johan again? That's a bad motivation.
I mean, again, the guy's kind of just mentally unraveling. So yeah, it is a little hard to say what he's trying to accomplish. But like, he's a really bad guy. Nothing he's ever going to do again is going to be good. There's not much reason not to shoot him. Other than, I don't think Tenma's going to shoot a guy. But like... From the kind, like the unhinged way that this guy was acting, yeah, I would have taken the first opportunity. Like, if he did, even if I was worried about him involuntarily shooting the kid, as soon as the gun was pulled away, I would have shot him because I can't predict what he's gonna do. I know he's a bad dude. I know he deserves whatever's coming, and I also don't know if he's gonna shoot me or the child or anything. I just don't think it would have been worth the risk to assume that you could talk this guy out of braining this kid.
I don't think it's... I mean, in a real scenario, probably not.
Yeah. So to me, it all kind of rang a little bit hollow. And then the dialogue of how he gets the kid to come over to him. He's like, you got to make your own decision, Dieter. You got to make your own decision. You got to get up on your own feet. You got to walk over to me. And
it works.
It works, but yeah, it's another one of those things where I'm like, yeah, but that, like, is it that he just knew Dieter that well, that he thought, like, he knows, like, psychologically has profiled him well enough to know what to say to him? Because there's lots of people that wouldn't have worked on. There's lots of people that wouldn't have been the right thing to say to. And I, as a viewer, I don't feel like I know Dieter well enough to understand that this was the right thing to say to him. He's barely a character, you know? So, like, my reaction when he first said it was like, really? Like, where is this coming from? When did this become a, you have to express your will to live, Dieter, do it right now? the fact that he does it retroactively makes it feel like, okay, I guess this is a powerful moment or something, you know. But it just, there's no build up. There's no preparation for that. Now, this line is good because Tenma did tell the kid there's going to be a brighter, like, tomorrow's going to be good and it's going to be a bright day. And as the man is desperately screaming to him that he wants him to come back, he's like, tomorrow's going to be dark. It's always going to be dark. And he's like, Tenma told me it's not going to be dark, so fuck you. And then the guy collapses on the ground screaming, Dita! Dita! And this is when I could not. Like, this is when I finally just had to laugh. Like,
It was very funny. This whole sequence. I mean, you know, every now and then, I think a lot of the funny moments for Monster for me are people just, like, yelling someone's name.
Dita! Dita! What the fuck? Okay. I'm guessing Dieter is
It's
like
a
a real
name.
German
Yeah.
name, but hearing a Japanese guy go Dita! It's pretty difficult not to laugh.
But yeah, you know, this show's a masterpiece.
I haven't.
Joking.
You know,
Sorry,
haven't,
I don't think that.
I know what you're doing. I don't. But we have had comments like that where, like, that one comment that was talking about how this was like a literary masterpiece.
Like, I
and
know
Steins
people,
Gate wasn't,
like-
and I'm like, Steins Gate is so much deeper in its writing than this is. Like, you know, people that. What were you gonna say?
No, I wasn't reacting to the interruption. I was reacting to the Steins Gate thing. This show and Steins Gate, two of the shows I've heard the most positive things about of
Yeah.
of anime that I haven't watched that are considered classics.
Yeah.
Those two are probably the most that I've heard about. And now watching both of them, Monster is anticlimactic and I hope it goes somewhere. I could see it being interesting. And Steins Gate, for the most part, to me, just doesn't make any sense. And that's like, it makes enough sense to kind of get the through line of the story.
Yeah.
But in terms of, like, they will explain the science behind everything, but the science behind everything does not make any sense.
Sure. Yeah.
And it's just...
I mean, it couldn't.
well, exactly.
Time travel
no,
isn't real.
I get that, but it's like, just trust me, bro.
Yeah, it is a bit of that.
It's not the good part yet. I mean, so, like, that's the
I
other thing.
believe it.
Like, when I was talking about Mushoku Tensei, like, if it magically gets good in the third season, it's like, oh, wow, you gotta write out the first 3 seasons because
Yeah.
it really kicks in later.
Well, look, I'm a huge proponent of dropping anime quickly under the assumption that it probably won't get better. I don't think it's not possible for anime to get better, and especially if it was something you were willing to give a shot to, right? Like, when Attack on Titan first started, I thought it was going to be awesome.
Ellen, I'm pretty sure that Back to the Future, it's not that they're getting struck by lightning that causes them to travel through time. But I haven't actually seen the movie, so I don't know.
Well, anyway.
Sorry.
What the hell did I just say? I literally forgot, because you distracted me.
You believe that anime can get good, it's just that you are a big proponent of dropping it early on.
When Attack on Titan started, I thought it would be awesome. I got 5 episodes in, I kind of lost interest, and I dropped it. When we picked it up, eventually it became amazing, and I was, like, legitimately into it, and I don't think it's, like, a switch flip from, like, bad to good. It was like, I thought the show probably would be good. It wasn't living up to my expectations, but then eventually it got better, and I understand why, because the author tried to make it better, and he spent 13 fucking years writing it, so he had time to improve, you know? So it's not that I don't think stories can improve, or that, like, you know, maybe you'll like it more later. And this is a good example of something where, yeah, like, I do feel like there is that potential, because even though I don't love everything about it, it's not bad. It hasn't made me think I have to drop this. It's not like for me, it's sitting at like a 7 out of 10. And if you're telling me it could become a 9, I wouldn't be surprised by that. I don't think Legend of Galactic Heroes starts off that amazing. The first, like, 12 or 13 episodes are not as good as the rest of the show.
Sure, but it's not bad. It's not.
No.
It's not like it doesn't really drag its feet necessarily. You understand what's going on.
Yeah.
You understand the character motivations. You get everything that is being set up. And I don't think I have the same complaint about Legend of the Galactic Heroes that I do with this. But Kudere-kun says, if I thought only a show's third season was good, I'd tell people to start there. Sure, I'm 100% with you on that. And then with Attack on Titan, I really liked the first season and probably the second season. I remember falling off like right after Annie turns into Crystal, and then I just kind of skipped to the fourth season when it started because then we got to see cool Titan fights, and that was what I was interested in.
Interesting how many people in our chat are saying that they liked Attack on Titan at first but not later. It like
I like. It's season 3. It's just season 3 for me that I can't really get into. I don't know what about it, but
it's all the dumb politics that didn't end up mattering in the long run.
yeah.
So to me, with Attack on Titan, it took a while for me to understand the pacing of the series because Attack on Titan is the story of a few battles. It's like the first 13 episodes are the first 5 episodes are setup. Then you enter a battle that lasts like 9 episodes. And then there's a battle that lasts like 12 episodes. And that's the first season. And then you get to the second season and it's like 3 concurrent battles happening. And that's the whole season. And then you get to season 3, and that's where like there's all these political machinations that are kind of boring because they don't really matter. And then there's a couple of really huge, awesome battles.
It seems like I'm correct. The third season, the Uprising arc, is the bad one. And having just read what entails the Uprising arc, doesn't seem interesting at all.
That arc sucked.
And we had to lose Erwin about it too. Erwin was cool.
But yeah, that whole battle at the end is awesome.
Yeah.
And that's most of the second half of season 3. And then you get to season 4, and that's when the story to be actually gets interesting.
The story up until then, like all of the seasons, even if I found the first one interesting, it doesn't matter. It doesn't make any sense. I don't care. Why couldn't we just know this from the beginning?
Because it hadn't been thought of yet. That's why. And like, to me, like the early stuff where it's like once I understood, okay, this is about the tactics. It's about how they're gonna win this fight. It's not about like being a big adventure story or having all these like revelations until you get later into the story. Like to me, the mystery stuff that drew a lot of people in was what made it not interesting to me.
But they didn't. Sure, I'm with you on that because they didn't do anything with it.
Yeah,
there is a mystery. 3 seasons later, hey, here's what it was. It's not like they were investigating the whole time, even though I'm sure they were.
Anyway, enough about Attack on Titan.
Hang on. When it got political, I don't think Isayama put enough into making them interesting. I do agree with that. I also don't really care about any of the characters. The only character I care about at this point in Attack on Titan is Peak. The Cart Titan. She's great. Peak. She's best girl.
Peak is Peak.
I hate season 4's entire premise. I hate it absolutely. I'm excited to see how it ends. It's, for me, I don't mind season 4. The fights are really cool. I don't mind.
Season 4 is literally where I thought it got good.
Yeah, me too. I mean, where I really started to like enjoy it and understand why people enjoyed it so much. I would say the first and second season were like a 5 to 7 out of 10. But 4 for me.
Really, I thought you liked it way more than that.
No, just because thinking back on it, like if I liked it that much, I would have watched it again. Probably, but you don't gain that much from rewatching Attack on Titan. I don't think. I mean, you can say the animation in season 4 is not good. I completely disagree, and I think you're wrong.
It looks great.
Yeah.
Anyway, I don't want to talk about Attack on Titan anymore. Monster.
If you want us to keep talking about Attack on Titan, give us money.
This kid's following. Well, why? We won't do that. We won't do that, though. Don't give us. Don't. We won't talk.
We're
about
never going to
Attack
talk about Attack on Titan.
Well, we're going to talk about the ending, but we're just going to do that on the show, so you don't have to.
If someone super chatted us to do with Attack on Titan, we wouldn't talk about it.
Sure. If that's what you meant, like super chat us and we'll talk more about it, then that's fine. Anyway, this kid's following Tenma. The episode doesn't really clarify if he's going to keep following him or if Tenma successfully abandoned him as he's trying to Yeah, that's Monster. All right. Oh boy, it's the Witch from Mercury. I thought we were going to talk about this earlier in this episode. I guess I accidentally put it later. Oh, I probably did them alphabetical. So we have 3 shows left. All right. I think I kind of want to take a short break.
Sure.
So I'm going to mute us for like 5 minutes and we'll be back. We are back.
We back.
It's time to talk about The Witch from Mercury. Oh man, this episode is
The Witches from Earth.
This episode is like
Wait.
both combined into one, the shittest episode and most decent episode in a while. Like depending on what scene you're talking about. What are you doing right now?
Making sure we watch the right episode.
We definitely watched the right episode. It was episode 11, and everything else were on 12. So, and also it was the one we had almost watched, like, last time, on accident. Oh my god.
Okay, yeah.
This episode, for the first half of it,
Not a whole lot. I mean, they set up some stuff.
I could have barely told you what was going on in the first half of this episode. And, like, when I was going back to collect screen caps, I was really paying attention to the dialogue. And, like, there are just parts where whole scenes, it feels like no one's talking to each other.
They're
They're
just saying words.
Yeah, they're just saying stuff, like disconnected pieces of information. And I'm like, what's going on? Like, before the OP, there's a scene where, like, some of the Earth kids are, like, moving something onto a ship. Then the OP plays, and then it starts with, like, an exterior shot, and there's, like, a voiceover telling you information. And for a second, I didn't, like, know if this is a continuation of the previous scene. Is this a new scene? Where am I? Who is this voice talking to? Who is this relevant to? What is going on? Why is your phone making loud noise? What is that? Is that the... Oh, it's our hotel.
Oh, sure, of course.
What happened? Are we loud?
Noise complaint.
We got a noise complaint? Alright.
I think it's just because we walked back into the room, probably.
Could be.
Fuck our next door neighbors.
Yeah, I guess so. So we're gonna talk a little quieter. So... Did the feds get you? Kind of.
We're gonna talk as quietly as possible so as not to annoy the people next to us.
Very quietly. But they're on the other side is the fuck. I guess we're being kind of loud. We did leave and come back. Maybe that was the big
I think that's it. The doors here are really loud.
They are. So anyways. Yeah, this... start fucking really loud to mess them up. That would be hilarious. Well, it's our last night in this hotel, thankfully. We didn't have any problems doing our other podcast here, whatever. So anyways.
We probably didn't have the same neighbors.
That's true. Yeah, as I was saying, there's like a scene where I couldn't even tell at first that I was in the same scene as before the OP until, like, it showed the characters again. Just because, yeah, like, every piece of dialogue just felt so disconnected. Didn't feel like it was building towards anything specific, you know? And, like, it cuts to this one part where Saleta's mom is, like...
talking to Rembrandt, the dad, Rembrandt Delling.
Yeah, and there's a moment she, like, starts to reach into her jacket, and this guy, I guess he's the bodyguard, full on pulls a gun on her, like... Whoa, what are you doing there? And they're
Well,
like,
you made the Gundam.
And they're like, well, are we still so afraid of witches? And I'm like, I don't care how racist this dude is. That is a hilarious reaction that, like, he thought in this moment she's about to pull a gun to such an extent that he's full on aiming at her for reaching into her shirt. I don't know. Seemed cartoony to me. Seemed like also a weird thing to be bringing up at this moment in the show where I barely even know why the scene is happening in the first place, much less throwing in this little detail. Okay, so at some point in the episode, it finally makes it somewhat clear what's happening. It seems like Gwell's dad, who is one of the, like, corporation
He's
leaders,
working with Shattuck.
Yeah, he's working with Shattuck, who is the son of, you know, another one of the corporate leaders. in order to undercut Miorine's dad, who is like the leader of the corporate leaders. Guel's dad doesn't like this guy because Guel's dad is old money, and he sees this guy as some newbie who came in from the military and fucked things up for the establishment.
Well, and Shattuck is like adopted also.
Yeah,
is
that
another
too.
big thing.
Well, he doesn't like Shattuck for that reason, but he doesn't like Miorine's dad for being a
He
new
just
money or whatever.
no, he got all of his power from being in the military, and as we saw in the prequel episode, taking over or killing the Gundams.
Like, you just take it. You know, I'm gonna take it from you if you're gonna be taking it. But basically, it seems that Shattuck is undercutting Guel's dad by attempting to assassinate Guel in service of Miorine's dad, I think.
No, they're trying to assassinate Mirene's dad. Guel's dad is working with Shattuck to kill Mirene's dad.
Well,
That's
why
what they're
are they
setting
holding Guel hostage?
up. He just happens to be there, I think.
Is that related to Shattuck and what he's doing, or is that a different?
I mean, the
faction?
people that are holding him hostage are the people that Shattuck is working with.
Okay. What are they holding him hostage for if they're trying to kill the other guy?
It's hard to follow this plot.
Maybe just to fuck with Guel's dad. I don't. It's so this scene. Guel gets held up by one of the lesbians, the hard ass women
the witches
from the last
from Earth.
episode.
From Earth.
I think there's like 2 scenes that even have these 2 girls in this episode at all. The episode's called The Witches from Earth. They had more dialogue in the previous episode. And all it is just them being hard asses, like, for a second. But anyways, so these girls, they take Guel hostage, and this big dude shows up, and he's like... Guel's like, what are you guys doing? And he's like, you don't need to know. Just keep quiet. Don't tell anybody about us. And I'm like, great. I love when things are happening.
When we don't get to know what's happening.
Yeah, when there's no dramatic stakes because I don't understand why anything's going on. Yeah, okay, here's the scene where Guel's dad is like, haha, we're gonna fuck you up. We're gonna fuck up your daughter's company. And he's like, you shouldn't worry about my daughter. You should be worried about your son, who nobody's heard from lately. And he's like, fuck you,
He's
man.
like, I
fuck
sent my
you."
son to be a derelict who doesn't have anything to do. I know what he's doing.
So Guel's dad is just being a very small man in general, being all upset about everybody around him being...
And that's what he's been portrayed to be the entire time.
Okay, so all of that sucked. Then we get to a scene that's actually decent. Now, there's been some light parallels between this show and Revolutionary Girl Utena, which we've yet to talk about this week, which had an amazing episode. But like in that show, Suleta has she's questioning herself. She had it put into her head that her bride doesn't really care about her, that she's just using her. She thinks maybe I'm not really that useful except as a pawn. Maybe I'm just a piece of shit. Maybe I suck.
I said was.
And she is sort of avoiding Miorine, who's just like, what's going on? What's happening here? What's in her head? I gotta figure this out.
What's in your head?
So at one point, Suleta's kind of shutting her out, and she accidentally injures Miorine, and Miorine's like, that's it. I'm fucking done. Like, you're telling me what's going on right now. And she chases her all over the ship in zero gravity, and, forces her to talk. This scene I liked. Miorine is bae. I like her. I relate. I understand her. Her only real personality trait is that she's stubborn and persistent.
I relate to Suleta hard.
I don't relate to Suleta in any way whatsoever, and I find her incomprehensible and by far the hardest thing to watch about this show. Don't understand her. Miorine, I get it.
She is barely a character.
She is barely a character. Again, her only personality trait is that she's persistent and stubborn. But at least she's persistent and stubborn in ways I relate to. like, you know, seeing your partner feel bad and being like, I'm not going to let you run away. I'm going to hound you down. I'm going to beat you up. I'm going to physically abuse you until you tell me what. She's literally like punching her in the stomach and stuff. Like, but I don't know. This scene was cute. Miorine is obviously like in love with Suleta and kind of tells her like, it's I'm not just using you. I think you're cool. I like you. Suleta's like, all right, that's what I needed to hear. Now I know I'm not a useless. So it's cute, very gay. Obviously, it's a little toxic representation of lesbians to have them beating each other up, but it is what it is. All right, did anything else happen in this episode? I liked that scene, but one of the tinnitus, sudden tinnitus in my ear. One of the witches from Earth is like a fan of Suleta, and I will say, like, watching the show, I don't get the appeal of Suleta because I don't really like her as a character, but I understand why, if you existed in the same universe as her, you would think she was worth watching, because she's kind of a lolcow. Like, everything she does is embarrassing. She's always posting videos of herself doing, like, dumb stuff or being loud on a loudspeaker. I could easily see why other people in universe would be like, who the fuck is this girl? Like, what is her deal? I need to know more. So I do think it's cute that this girl meets her and is like, oh my god, I'm actually meeting you. Like, I have been a fan of you for a while. Let's do this. But that's all I really got out of that episode. It feels like the plot might be moving, but I don't really know why or what towards. I'm glad.
I know what it's moving towards.
It's lesbian, but anyway. And that's like the second to last episode of the season, so everybody tells us that the show's supposed to get like crazy at the very end of the first season, but we'll see what happens.
Zone 100. Oh, I love this episode. I love this episode a lot. Because the first half of it is just one of the things on Akira's list is build a treehouse, and so they're like wandering through the woods to get to Akira's family's house, and they come across this guy who's being attacked by a zombie boar. Beatrix kills the zombie boar with an arrow, and then it is revealed that the guy they saved is building a treehouse because he's a carpenter and he can do that. He doesn't need to live in society. He can just have a treehouse. And Akira, because it's on his list, is like, well, come on, we gotta stay here and build a treehouse.
Treehouses are very cool. I definitely grew up thinking treehouses were dope. I was a little disillusioned once because when my family moved to Florida to live with my aunt, she convinced my dad to build. It wasn't truly a treehouse because it was on top of a shed, but like a treehouse on top of the shed. And when you got in there and you realized, like, I don't have any video games in here. Like, what am I gonna do? I'm just
your tree houses exist to jack off in, as far as I understand.
It makes sense, but I wasn't quite at that age yet, so I was just kind of like, wow, I don't want to be outside in Florida in the summer, doing nothing.
No.
But I've seen a lot of those videos where like two South American dudes go out into the like middle of the jungle and then spend like a month just digging a cool
those videos
out
are
of
fake,
the ground.
apparently.
Like, fake in what way? Like, they're not really doing it with just two guys, and
yeah,
that doesn't surprise me too much. But nonetheless, that is the vibe of what they're doing in this episode, because this dude's going on and on about how, like, every treehouse is bespoke to the nature of its tree, and you must listen to the voice of the forest to truly understand how to make a perfect treehouse and all this stuff. And, Akira's loving all that. And then we find out his son was bitten by his wife, and he had to kill them both.
Not
Zombie
ideal.
Apocalypse, not good. So yeah, he, he's kind of got Akira filling in for his son because he had always wanted to build tree houses with his son, and Akira's always wanted to build tree houses, so kind of fulfill these goals together. This episode, it's very cute and it is good in what it sets up, but the plot is weird because this is kind of like 3 different episodes in one.
It is true. It's Akira builds a treehouse, Akira reunites with his parents, and Akira's antagonist gets introduced.
Yeah, like a totally new character gets introduced for the last third. This first third is basically just like Akira meets this guy, kind of has like a father-son bond with him. And it's interesting more in retrospect when we actually see what his relationship is like with his dad, because it's not like this. They're not like, building tree
They're not
houses
good friends.
together and all that. Yeah,
Akira's dad is kind of an asshole.
I would say he's a hard ass, for sure. So we find out that getting to Akira's house, the reason he was so confident the zombies would not make it
Well,
there...
because there's one tunnel, and they sealed off the tunnel, and the tunnel is full of zombies, and the only other way to get there is to scale a cliffside more, or, walk along...
Cross a rickety bridge and,
Cross a rickety bridge, walk along the side of a mountain, and I think at one point Akira goes like, yeah, this is called, like, the Valley of Consumption because of how many people died.
Yeah, but meanwhile, he grew up with all of this, so he's just like, this is normal to me, and I think... I really like the way that the backstory of this character is being introduced because it makes so much sense with who he is. Like, we know him to be just, like, endlessly hardworking. Like, he feels
Which is what his dad is, but in a different way.
He feels this incredibly heavy sense of responsibility towards doing work. And, the village he's from is completely self-sustaining, as we learn.
Because in the wintertime, they get snowed out and they can't get supplies driven to them on the road.
You cannot leave this place in the winter, so...
I think what they specifically explain is in the wintertime we just hunt for our food.
Yeah. So, these people who are used to being completely self-sustaining in the middle of nowhere, they have to be working constantly to survive. But in their mind, that is just what life is. You work, you live. It's not about doing fun stuff and all these, aspirational things that Akira has in mind. And I think the reason, basically he had kind of had a falling out with his parents over leaving to go to Tokyo, to go to university, to study all this stuff. Because they all kind of looked at it like, well, you could just be here doing all this stuff in the village.
Well, he's not like Skip. He's not leaving the village to bring people back to the village. He's just leaving the village to work a dead-end job that everyone knows is a dead-end job.
I think it's the fact that he has all these dreams of doing these bigger things that we know because of the list, that he feels like, oh, I have to leave and I have to go off and be this person, and then he doesn't realize he's never going to get to do any of that stuff because of the nature of the job. And now that we're in the zombie apocalypse, while he thinks he's having fun and getting to knock all this stuff off of this list, most of it is presented as kind of vapid or canceled as soon as it starts, right? Get in a hot springs. Well, yeah, you got to do it for a minute and then zombies attacked. And was it that good? Was it really and I'll say in real life that I live in a way where I'm I don't think anything is mind-blowingly amazing, but anything that's even remotely good is more worth doing than just sitting around being bored and doing nothing, or doing stuff you don't want to do, or being abused by people who want to use your livelihood to generate their own.
My livelihood.
So I would say I relate to Akira more than I relate to his family, in the sense of I also want to go out and do all these things, even if they're not necessarily the most incredible, because I think the world is ending. It's always ending. And in
hot take right now.
In this village, they're living in a more, I almost want to say, animalistic way of their life is hard and it's straightforward, but it's doable if you keep working at it, and I have a lot of respect for the lifestyle that these characters have, even if it is basically just we work until you die. That's just the way of things. It's very zen.
Life's a bitch and then you die.
So yeah, they show up to the village. Nobody's around. At first, I think everybody's dead. But hey, they're just having a big drunken party.
And then the guy with the chopsticks in his mouth goes, "Hey, isn't that what's his name? Tendo's kid?"
Yeah. And so
They see his
he
mom
reunites
first.
with his parents. The dad is kind of he's like,
The dad is as much of a hard
why
ass
you look
as he
like
ever
you
was.
having fun when the world's all fucked up?
Well, it's not even that. It's just like he goes to his dad and he's like, "I'm sorry, I had to quit my job. I had to do blah 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 blah."
Yeah.
And the dad goes, "We're in a fucking zombie apocalypse, dude."
Yeah, like why are you worried about all this other shit? So yeah, they kind of acquaint themselves. They hang out in the town, and the mom basically explains like, all the stuff about we're snowed in.
This isn't that much of a problem
We
for
closed
us.
the tunnel. We're fine. I took this screen cap because you had umbrage with this when it showed up in the anime.
I just don't believe for a second that a bunch of Japanese people in the countryside own lever guns.
Lever action rifles.
Lever action rifles. I'm willing to accept that they have rifles, but I mean, and most of this is just my ignorance to Japan as a culture. Did lever guns reach Japan? I'm sure they did.
Well, I think those are the first rifles that reached Japan because it was the ones the Americans brought at the end of the 1800s, right?
Maybe.
Like Commodore Perry brought the guns, and that's what Nobunaga used to lose.
I honestly don't know. I had always assumed those were like more traditional rifles, but I'm not saying it's a bad idea for them to have lever guns.
Yeah.
It's a great idea. They don't jam.
You're just like, what the fuck?
It's just like, what the fuck?
Is this a thing? Are there Japanese countryside?
Are there people in the Japanese countryside that just have lever guns?
Yeah.
That's cool. But yeah, I don't know. That's fun.
So yeah, we establish all this stuff about this little valley, and then we find out
The dad's dying.
I like this plot development. I was thinking, like, I would have been unhappy if, like, they showed up at the village and then zombies ate the parents. Because, like, it just happened when they happened to be there. But the idea, it seems like his dad is just dying of, like, pneumonia or something. Like, he's just coughing up blood. He's dying in a very normal way. So it's like...
Natural causes in a zombie apocalypse, it sucks, but hey, at least,
Well, and I think what I'm hoping this is building to is a reminder to Akira that, like, life was already short.
Life was fleeting. You have to do what you want to do.
The zombie apocalypse didn't release you into a new world.
There's all these fucking people making lists about what I want to do now that it's a zombie apocalypse.
Yeah.
Make a fucking list about what you want to do in real life.
Yeah.
And you can piggyback off of other people's lists. My list is just the national parks, Or I don't mean piggyback. I guess I mean you can use lists that other people have compiled already.
Yeah, so this is when we meet Ben Saint, to Akira's
Best guy ever. So I mean they're pretty much the same person, right? Like, except this guy does not have the work ethic that Akira does. It's like, oh really, you're gonna pay me that for this job?
Well, it's interesting. Actually, this reminds me. There was you were watching an analysis of the plot
of Armored Core about
Armored Core.
Gun 5 Iguazu and All Mind and how they.
Yeah. And
without saying too much,
he goes on about this in this analysis. This guy goes on about.
I'm gonna find the name because it's really good.
Who's just incredibly insecure. Like, he's presented as just like, and the guy goes on this whole rant.
His name is Fat Brett. Fat Brett. All Mind and Iguazu. A deconstruction of villainy is what it's called.
In this Fat Brett video, he goes on this whole rant about the unattractiveness of having an insecure personality, and how, like, when you start, like, if you disappear into your insecurity, it quickly becomes apparent to everybody else. Like, everyone can tell the way you're feeling and acting, and it causes, like, a sort of feedback loop where it's easy to just keep, because, like, you're thinking, oh, they can all tell how I'm feeling, and then you feel worse about it, and that is this guy.
Yeah.
Like,
I'll even say I suffer from this as well.
Everybody suffers from it on some level, but, like, it's about
this. I guess what I mean to say, this guy is more relatable to me than Akira is.
I can see
especially his perspective of, like, they're gonna pay me this for this. Don't they know what the fuck they're asking of me? I'm not gonna do that. Do they think I'm an idiot?
Yeah. Akira's somebody who's always happy for the opportunity.
Literally, the reason this guy realizes he's in a zombie apocalypse is because he runs out of cigarettes.
Yeah. But yeah, like this guy is the version of Akira who essentially is experiencing the same things, but just has a more dirty outlook on it. Like, he feels even more personally attacked than Akira does by the way society is.
This guy is like
And
the
even
guy.
more need for vengeance.
This guy's the dude on the shirt. The world is a fuck. Like,
100 million dead cops
yeah.
or whatever. No, that guy's a hero on that shirt.
We don't know that this guy isn't.
Ellen says, I think the goth GF who's with him is the most relatable because she's cute and wants to burn her workplace.
Oh yeah, she was great. We don't get a whole lot from her, but that's pretty much the one line we get from her in this episode, which is fun. So basically,
I guess it's hard. I can't say I relate to these characters at all because I've never felt the world owed me anything.
I don't think the world owes me anything. I don't think this guy feels that way either necessarily. I can see the other people that he's with feeling that way based off of what they are.
I just think so this guy, he has a moment where he says, when did I fall behind everybody else?
Yeah.
He has this feeling of like somehow everyone else passed him and he's just like doomed to forever keep falling further and further behind. And then when society falls apart, he feels like,
And I will say that is
I
about...
can do whatever I want now.
That's about the point that I stop relating to him, of the like, oh, people are passing by me. Not saying that I haven't felt that way. Like, as an example, both of my brothers have gone to or are in college. And for my family, that's a big thing that they take really seriously.
Yeah.
But I have lived more than either of them in the past 3, 4, 5 years, just by pure nature of going out and experiencing as much as I possibly can.
Yeah.
The world is not as shut off as you think it is. Things are so much easier than anyone makes them out to be.
Well, and that's, I guess, I should say, I feel a disconnect from both of these characters because...
Him and Akira, you mean?
Yeah, in a way, this show it's a commentary on just like the worst aspects of Japanese work culture, and in a way, really zeroing in on characters who are affected by it most uniquely. Like the Akira's in a workplace that I don't think would exist in America, in the United States.
No, it's something I've only heard of as like horror stories from Japan, actually. Of like, honestly, only since I've started watching the show have the shorts been recommended to me explaining like what exactly the hell of salarymen are.
Yeah.
And granted, Akira's in like advertising or something, but it seems similar in terms of culture. But I got the short recommended to me of like, well, you know, most salarymen at the beginning of their career, it doesn't matter where they're focused. If you are, I think actually this is probably a Trash Taste clip, where they explain like, yeah, no, when you start, like, they'll just transfer you somewhere for 3 years, and you just have to deal with that. You don't decline it. Where else are you going to work?
It's even, like, it's not to say that there's not brutal jobs that exist in the U.S. or that there's not things that are bad about our work culture that don't exist in Japan.
I just think typically, as a United States citizen who's worked a fair amount of entry-level jobs, they're pretty upfront with how bad they are. Or you've heard about how bad they are.
Yeah.
Like, if you're applying for McDonald's, like, it's either going to be... It can be great. I've heard a lot of quote-unquote success stories about working for McDonald's, and then I've heard a lot of people who use it as, like, a dead-end job.
Yeah.
And I don't think this is entirely true for everything, but I do think, to some extent in America, depending on the job, you can excel purely by work ethic alone. And I say this
more so than in what was presented in this show.
Yes.
Where like your desire or willingness to exceed your limitations as a human is being exploited, not rewarded. In America, definitely you are more likely
rewarded
to rise to the top if you are just putting in more effort than everybody else. in most entry level jobs. Yeah,
Yeah.
I would say.
In most of like every job I've ever worked, in terms of an entry level perspective, just showing the base level interest and let's say 10% above what is expected of you will get you promoted.
Yeah.
In shorter terms than I've been promoted, but I'm silly when it comes to jobs, and I will work as hard as I possibly can at that job until I am promoted to a point where I'm like, yes, this is where I deserve to be. But that is to say, like, typically, even though I have had experience in management, I will, in most jobs, especially if it's a new thing, something I haven't worked for, try to start entry level. Because it makes a lot more sense to start there to learn where you're working for from the ground up than it
That's
does just like jumping in. Like,
All right, hold on. Get enough into the weeds. We're still talking about Zom 100, not your entire theory of being an employee.
I think this show pretty much begs the discussion. Like,
Kind of.
I get why you're telling me to stop, but I do think this show is very much a, hey, really think about how much you're working
Yeah,
and why
and
it
what is your
matters. If
worth,
it matters, what's your point?
Yeah.
What are you worth personally? What is your potential outside of just what you think in a job?
Yeah.
And I do think it's probably a bigger problem in Japan, but it is a huge problem in America as well, of people tying their worth directly to their jobs.
Yeah.
I don't know. America is a special place, and I'm sure other countries have a similar thing as well. Of like, you can kind of like, if you work a regular job and have money, you can start like your own. YouTube is the best example of just like people who have like backpackers or van life people. Like, they make a lot of money, but it's a like with van life and backpacking, honestly, it's a big initial investment, and so that's why I say the working a regular job first as well. I just think compared to Japan, in America, it is easier, in my opinion, to prove that you have worth for doing something that you view as individual. It might not be individual on the grand scale of things, but the way you go about it certainly is. And YouTube has been a huge boon to that.
Yeah.
Boon-
America loves individuality. Japan hates individuality in a very broad sense. But and these characters, like, neither of them is their problem that they hate being a part of the system. They just hate that the system is failing them. They want to be a part of a successful system, I think.
Well, like as a high schooler, that is what drew me towards wanting to be a lawyer or wanting to get into government, is our system is undoubtedly flawed.
Yeah.
In some ways, people think is unfixable. And I would agree in a lot of ways. But there is always the draw, especially like the family I was raised in was very heavy on your opinion matters, especially when it comes to government. And what they mean in that is your vote matters. But I always took it a little further of like, well, if I really cared,
take it a lot further than that. Your
Which is-
vote is the least mattering
Yes.
part of your involvement in politics.
yeah. But so like, I don't know, the point to me is always, if you really care, get involved.
Yeah.
We don't live a stationary enough life for me to really get involved in anything unless I was to be involved in something we could see in all the different places we go to. But I also don't feel a huge draw to either of the political parties in the United States, or rather I should say any, because there are the big four, but there's the big two mostly, and it's just, I don't know, they haven't sparked my interest, I guess. No one, I don't believe in any of the political parties, really. I don't think they can faithfully do what they claim to, I guess. I'm gonna shut up now because this is too political, and I would probably tune out at this point.
I'm just trying to like get my mind to how this connects back. I'm like trying to figure out how do I latch this back into Zom 100.
Well, so, and I'll kind of, so why I bring all of this up is Zom 100 like, it's a big analysis on work culture, because this is a studio that split from a different studio that I assume was overworking the people that worked on the studio just based on the
I
content.
believe it was the Pokemon studio.
But I don't think it's just a decrying of work culture. Like, especially with this show, because it is a zombie apocalypse, it is a it is a decryment of everything, like culture as a whole, like where we are, and I think that will. I mean, it's already started to become of like a, do we really need to work? Do we really need a police force? Do we really need all of these things that we've been thinking we need for the past so long and so forth? I'm not saying we don't need to work or we don't need a police force. I'm just saying.
Well, what I'm hoping we're going to get out of the next episode is essentially the people in this village being shown to be like, this is the truth. Like, this is the world. This is kind of as good as it gets.
Yeah.
Is like a small community of people taking care of themselves until they're dead. You know, and like...
Which is... I want to find a small community of people taking care of themselves until they're dead that I'm happy with.
I think what the show is going to try to prove is like when you try to search for all these extra things that seem pretty and nice, like it might make some cool like romantic memories, but like ultimately they're all dead ends. They don't go anywhere.
When to an extent, right? Like some of them are genuine skills that Akira can use, like the treehouse in this episode. Now he knows how to build a treehouse.
Yeah.
But I think that is a very good example of, even without a zombie apocalypse being present, how people view, or rather, how people have dreams of, like, there's plenty of stuff of, like, I would love to be a really good Overwatch player, or be really good at video games. And I would also really love to be a woodworker.
Right.
What am I going to...
Too bad I live in a zombie apocalypse, you know?
But ultimately, like... there is a bigger chance that it's easier to woodwork than it is to be good at video games.
That's true.
At
least good enough at woodwork to like do something useful.
And those are just the two main examples in my brain. But like what I mean to say is basically there's like stuff that probably won't matter, and stuff that does, I won't say objectively, but does matter to a certain extent. Of like, if you know how to do woodworking, you can probably get a job. Right.
All right. Enough about Zombie 100. Wait. This guy's a douchebag.
So this guy, his group is like, are we really going to do this? We don't know what this is. I can only assume it means releasing the zombies.
Yeah, it seems like they're going to release the zombies in the tunnel into the town just because they are bad. Spiteful people. Angry. Entitled.
They're strange. They're very strange people. I don't know.
Bad guys. Alright.
Utena.
Oh, Revolutionary Girl Utena, episode 12. This is a 10 out of 10 episode.
I agree.
This is so goddamn good. I was not even prepared for it. This is the end of the first arc, the student council arc. You know, we've been building to this point for a while because we've had Toga since episode 3 having his sights on Utena, trying to move in on her, trying to prove something he believes about her. That she doesn't want to be this person she's purporting to be. She doesn't really want to be the prince. She wants to be swooped up by the prince. She doesn't really want to wear a boy's uniform and be this countercultural person. She wants to be normal. She just wants someone who's good enough to put her in her place. That's what he thinks.
No one can put Utena in her place.
Well, for a little while. It seems like he has.
Yeah, for like the first half of this episode.
And it's not even really him. It's really Anthe. It's about her. It's not about him. It was about him at first, but in this episode, she's not thinking about him. She doesn't really spare him a second thought. She's purely just haunted by how Anthe left. That all it took was her losing a duel, and Anthe is gone. Everything they had together, everything she had built up in her mind about their friendship and where they were going, Anthe just left. There's a great moment where Wakaba comes in and like asks Utena like what's wrong, and we just see from her perspective this shot of like the rose tint comes up, and we just see Anthe leaving, the lights all off. It's just such a like feels really real. And I love that she doesn't say anything. We just see this, and then it goes back to reality.
Oh my god, I just heard a semi-truck release its brakes. I'm gonna call the hotel front desk right now to register a noise complaint, because I could hear it from outside of my room, and therefore it is a problem.
Yeah.
At this point, it had to have been the door. It just had to have been the door, which makes me guaranteed I'm going to be going in and out of this room for like 3 more times before we go to bed, because fuck those people.
Anyway, Utena's upset because Anthe left, and Wakaba's trying to cheer her up.
Wakaba is best girl.
Wakaba does prove herself to be an exceptionally high quality character in this episode.
When we'd known that. Like, Wakaba has never not been interesting.
Yeah, but she's especially cool here because Utena, she's been skipping school. Wakaba convinces her to come to school, but her uniform got fucked up, so she's like, well, I've got another one, and it's a regular girl's uniform. And she shows up looking miserable.
The first half of this episode is like Utena just looking depressed as hell, and I'm like, this is how high school felt for me.
Yeah. But yeah, Utena's fucking miserable. Everyone else loves it. They're like, oh my god,
she's so cute.
She's even better. Like, we thought she stood out before, but now she really stands out, because even as a woman, she's the hottest woman here. So we all love it, except for one person.
Wakaba.
Everyone else seems to really like your new look.
But I want you to peg me.
Yeah.
Look me in the eyes and tell me Wakaba does not want Utena to peg her.
I think the fact that Utena does not have a dick is the only reason that they are not a couple. I think Wakaba is in love with Utena, but not gay.
Many such cases.
So, anyways... Wakaba's really sus about everybody else because she liked Utena the way she is, and we're gonna get really into that. I was complimenting Miorine in The Witch from Mercury for her persistence. Wakaba goes way farther in this. Suleta accidentally knocked Miorine against something, so she chases her down and beats her up and yells at her. Cute, whatever. Utena slaps Wakaba in the fucking face.
And then Wakaba slaps her back.
And Wakaba does not give up on trying to help her friend. She is really dedicated. She really loves Utena. She really cares. I really believe it. Anyways, in the student council meeting that we get every episode, Toga is being a huge douchebag.
Because that's what he does.
He's like, hey everybody, did you notice that I've got the Rose Bride? Because I'm making sure everybody knows.
It is really fun. So, question. Sorry. Can we skip the recap episode? Can we just go to the next actual episode?
Probably, yeah.
Because I don't need to be recapped. We're watching this pretty consistently. I'm not interested in having a recap episode, but it is really funny to me that he's big showboating about he's doing a Seonji. He's just being Seonji.
He is being Seonji, which Seonji wants to be him in the first place. But
Seonji was doing a better job of it at the start of the series.
And here's the funny thing. I think Seonji is more confused than he is. And that's where his weakness comes from, is Seonji is actually, on some level, a romantic who is actually in love with Anthe and wants her to really be his
The exchange
bride.
diary.
He just doesn't know what that means. He's selfish idiot.
They are fucking teenagers.
Yeah.
Of course they don't know what that means.
Yeah, exactly.
None of them know what that means.
But Toga...
Most of Toga doing this is to fuck with Mickey.
Yeah.
That's it.
Fuck with everybody. I think he's fucking with everybody.
No, but specifically Mickey, because orange-haired girl is just taking it in stride, and Mickey is you can watch as it keeps cutting to Mickey, him
freaking
just
out.
losing his mind of, oh my god, this isn't what Anthe would want.
Yeah.
Question. Of this show, of all of the characters, who would you think I would be best at cosplaying?
I mean, Toga's a natural fit for the hair alone, but
And I've rocked red hair. I just I don't know. Toga and Saionji are pretty much where it's at for me, because they're the
what
tall
about
long hair.
Utena? Would you do an Utena?
I'd do an
cosplay?
Utena, yeah.
That'd be good.
That'd be fun.
So your hair would also work for that if you just did it pink.
If we go to a 2-day con, one day I'm gonna do Utena, the next
If you
day I'm
do
gonna do
Utena,
Toga.
I will do Anthe.
You should. I would love that.
I would love to cosplay Anthe. She's one of my favorite characters. Anyway, Toga's got her. He's showing it off to everybody. And I love this interaction because Juri's immediate reaction is, well, I know you didn't fight fair because I lost to her.
Both of their reactions are, I know you didn't fight fair.
Well, Miki's reaction is more like, oh, God, what have you done?
I'm shitting and farting and coming and pissing.
Yeah. But, yeah, I mean, Toga is... and
Have I ever shown you the SNL sketch, David S. Pumpkins?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Anyway.
No. I'm not going to fully explain it. It's just why I bring it up is because this quote is, as you can see, the Rose Bride and I are engaged. Any questions? The conceit of the sketch with David Pumpkins is it's like a haunted hotel, and so they go to different floors and see different scary things. And when they go to David Pumpkins' floor, he just like does a little dance with two skeletons and like a weird techno beat behind him.
You have shown me.
And then
this
he goes,
before.
I'm David Pumpkins. Any questions? And then they like barrage him with questions, but then they go to the next floor. It's just, this is, I wish Toga was in a pumpkin suit right now, is what I'm saying.
So, what I was going to say, this...
I love derailing her.
I think what makes this show work, and what makes Toga work as a character is like, it's so.
He is worse than Saionji, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Because he's intentfully bad.
Yes.
Like again, Saionji is just trying to be like a romantic.
Saionji's
in his own
just like
understanding. He's an idiot.
He's an ignorant fuckboy.
Yes.
And Toga's like a mastermind fuckboy.
Yes, exactly. And I think it's hard to write a character like Toga well because most writers are inclined to have characters explain what they're doing.
Toga's not going to explain what he's doing until after he's done it and succeeded.
Yes. He's a manipulator, and to be able to portray
Is that one of the
that,
Myers-Briggs
successfully, it might be.
It isn't. I was
to portray somebody who's good at manipulation accurately, you have to also kind of manipulate the audience and the expectations and keep some things secret. And like with Toga, like we don't really know his intent beyond he wants power. Doesn't really have to be more than that. It's more about showing us how good he is at amassing power, how good he is at figuring out what people want, at playing with people's emotions, at doing all these things that will bring people under his control.
Standard Josh, you get a 10 out of 10. Thank you very much. But to answer your question, sorry to interrupt you about it. Ideally, we do these once a week. This is it's just we cover about, well, God, how many live shows are we covering next season?
It'll be up to like 6 or 7, I think.
As opposed to 4 this time. So we'll be next season covering about 6 or 7 currently airing anime, as well as one anime from the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000s, 2010s, and 2020s. And then basically the idea is one episode a week. Just to explain, he seems new.
Yeah. So
relatively.
This episode gets into.
Don't touch my Utena. Get your hands off of my Utena, motherfucker.
I like to think of Wakaba as the audience stand-in character.
I would never wear my hair like that, but sure.
Because mainly, I mean, she's a very romantically minded person, but she's also kind of normal. She's not like. she is not herself a standout person, but she idolizes standout people. She likes Utena because she's a standout person. She's a big reader. You know,
I think she is as a standout of a person as Mako from Little Witch Academia is. And I mean, you could say Mako's not a standout character.
Did you mean Mako from Kill La Kill?
No, I'm sorry. Yeah, I do. It's just
She
that the
is
main
like
character
Mako.
from...
She's very similar to Mako from Kill La Kill.
Mako from Kill La Kill. And Mako, you could argue, is not a specifically standout character, but I think their lack of standoutedness makes them standout characters.
It's just the fact that they're like, well, there's nothing special about me, but there's something special about you.
It's the ability to recognize
Yeah.
specialty.
And to decide that you're going to support it in spite of whatever. Because, like, being a fan of Utena makes you a weirdo. Like, if everyone else thinks she's weird, but you think she's cool, that makes you weird.
I thought you were talking about real life.
Well, that's in real life also, but yeah, like...
I will say, this is by no means my least favorite anime we cover, but it is by far the one I forget we are covering the most often.
Really?
Yeah.
This is the only anime I think about this show being about. To me, it's like, we watch anime,
'cause it's just
mainly
like-
Utena, like...
I'm not certain of what's going to happen in this show,
Yeah.
but based on what you have said to me about it and what other people have said to me about it, and having watched that guy's analysis video on the movie, which I know isn't
Yeah.
the same story, I feel like I just pretty much get this show,
Mm.
and that's not a bad thing. I've been enjoying it a lot.
Yeah.
There were a couple, like, scattered mid-episodes that weren't, like, as funny as Nana, or...
Yeah.
What, her name's Nanami, right?
Yeah, Nanami getting fucked.
God, that's confusing because Nanami and Jujutsu Kaisen too. But Nanami, like, and the elephants, that was a really funny episode that didn't really have a lot of actual plot going on in it, but it was funny and I enjoyed it. But then there were a couple where it was just like, oh, nothing really happened there, and I don't care. But now we're kind of rolling into, okay, we're getting plot. I'm starting to understand what's actually going on here. And I appreciate that. It's just, I don't know what it is about the show. I just keep forgetting we're covering it. Maybe it's just that it is the anime of all of them that we are covering. Aside from Maison Ikkoku, I guess it's just, I probably like Maison Ikkoku a little more. But this is the one I had heard of the absolute least, or had the littlest exposure to.
I see.
Because, like, Maison Ikkoku, even, I've seen an episode of Urusei Yatsura.
Yeah,
Like-
didn't even hear the creators of this, you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah, this is
You know nothing about it.
this is entirely new to me, and I do enjoy it quite a bit. It's interesting. It's just I also can sort of tell where it's going / have spoiled it for myself, so I really know where it's going. And that doesn't. That,
All right, hook that back into talking about this. What's happening in this episode right here?
she wins.
We're not there yet.
Oh right, Toga's like molesting her.
Yes. So Wakaba.
Toga's molesting her.
I was
Utena's not
talking
doing
about
anything.
her being like this audience surrogate character and how like it's.
It's very this scene goes on for like a minute and a half, and it's Toga just like being a fucking creep towards Utena, and Toga just continuously does this even in front of Anthe.
And Wakaba being like, why aren't you doing anything? What is wrong with you? This is not you. This is not what you like. You need to speak up. You need to say something. And Utena's just sitting there taking it because she feels like she doesn't know who she is. All she thought of herself as was this prince. If she can't be the prince, if she can't even protect Anthe, if she can't even make Anthe be honest with her for a second, what is she? What am I really though? As Prof would say. You know, Wakaba's like, this isn't you. This isn't what I want. You're not acting like my Utena. And she ends up throwing a glass of water onto Anthe. This is where the scene gets really interesting to me in terms of like a little bit of a metatextual commentary. I'm gonna wait until Bird's done peeing before I continue with this so that he doesn't have no idea what I'm talking about when he gets back. I don't know if you can hear that incredibly loud piss stream through the microphone. We'll probably get a noise complaint about it. I was talking about us getting noise complaints for your piss stream being too loud.
I fucking hope so.
So this scene, when Wakaba throws the water on Anthe, she says,
throws it on Toga and Anthe. That was the idea.
Well, she throws it on Anthe and she says, "I'm sorry, but it was your fault. You were just standing there in a daze." And this is, in a metaphorical sense, one of the more powerful moments in the show to me. Because I'm thinking about what Anthe's problem is as a person is she's being held down. This system has her in a certain position, and we don't really understand why yet. We just know she doesn't think she
When
can
does
do anything
Anthe
about
transition into D. Snyder? We're not gonna take it.
No idea what you meant.
I know D. Snyder's not someone you know
But
by
that
name.
that is something that she needs to do, is to say we're not going to take it. But this episode kind of hints towards the fact that something happened in Anthe's past that she is just kind of defeated. She just doesn't think anyone can win. She doesn't think it's possible for her to be saved, for her to not be the Rose Bride. She just thinks, like, obviously the men who are in control of my fate are too powerful. Well, it's men. She thinks the men in control of her fate are too powerful and that a woman couldn't stop them. She literally thinks Utena can't beat.
I was about to correct you and say man, but you're right.
So she just thinks it's impossible, and that's why she performs the Rose Bride. It's not that she wants to, she just doesn't think that she can get away with not doing it. And she's kind of right, because she could... I mean, you could always kill yourself, right? Like, when I think about the
slavery is a choice.
Yes,
the Kanye West
choice
thing.
is you can either die or do what you're being forced to do, you know?
And that is not a defense of slavery as a choice
obviously.
either.
But I think of this more in terms of the Nuremberg defense, right? Like, people who said, like, well, I was just following orders. And it's like, you could have shot yourself instead of 30 other people, you know? Like, you always made the choice to kill someone else instead of... To take someone else's life so yours would be preserved.
When I mean taking it to... Isn't that the choice of war at all? In any context.
If you're choosing to take someone else's life to preserve your own, you have lost the moral high ground already, you know? Like,
I watched Hacksaw Ridge recently. I really enjoyed it, because the whole point of the movie, it's a guy who's not going to pick up a gun in World War II. And just a bunch of people going like, "You're not going to kill someone? Don't you get that this is different in war?" And he goes, "No, it's not. It's not
different in
You're
war.
still killing people."
And so that's kind of where we're at here, is like, if you've seen this whole show and you know what Anthe, like, what position she's really in, it is understandable that she thinks she can't do anything and that she's just going along with it, but it's not right. It is not right for her to do. And Wakaba knows this. Even not knowing her situation, she knows it's not right for Anthe to just stand there and take it. And that's why she's like, this is your fault too. But Utena slaps Wakaba because she at least understands, well, it's not Anthe you're mad at me. You're
mad at Dios.
How dare you take this out on her? Wakaba slaps Utena back just because, and she's like, well, at least you could react to something.
Can you imagine if the duels were just slap fights? I'd be so much happier. Actually, genuinely, does Wakaba get a Mako moment of like...
Yes.
She gets to be a duelist?
She gets a Mako moment. In the
like she gets to be
arc.
a duelist.
Yes. The next arc is all side characters becoming duelists in every episode. So, it's going to be fun.
I'm very excited.
But anyways, so...
Does Wakaba have a cool outfit for dueling?
I don't remember.
Okay.
Wakaba's attack on Anthe, I think, was because she knows this is about Anthe. There's a scene earlier where, like, she sees them encounter each other, she sees them not say anything, she's like, oh, you had a fight. This is about her. Now she knows exactly what it's about, seeing all of this happening in front of her. And I don't really like, even though she says this is your fault, I don't think she believes that, which is why she apologizes first. I think she's just trying to get a rise out of Utena. She's just like, what if I attacked her though? Like, attacking you doesn't work. I could sit here and shit on you all day for the way you're acting. It's not working. But maybe if I attack Anthe for not doing anything, you'll get involved. And it does work. I have to mention this. I almost forgot. Ellen Horizon had pointed out in the Discord earlier that...
Rest in peace. She's sleeping.
Even though Utena changed to a girl's outfit, she's still wearing the bright pink socks. So she did not actually...
I had not been paying attention to the feats.
It just shows that she couldn't give up everything. Like, she didn't really totally transform. And that's probably why Wakaba feels like, I know you're in there. You know, that sense of, I know you're full of shit.
Sorry, to jump back to Jujutsu Kaisen, I forgot to mention this, but it did happen in the episode of Gojo appealed to Geto, and Geto's body or soul. You had actually brought this up a little bit of like them learning things about the Jujutsu sorcery.
Yeah.
Geto's soul, or whatever is left of his soul in his body, started to choke Kenjaku.
Yeah.
After Gojo went like, "You really gonna let that happen?
Yeah.
You really gonna let him do this?" I forgot why I brought this up, but
because it's similar to what Wakaba's trying to awaken Utena by, like...
Yeah, except possession is not as strong of a power
so you
in
can
this.
react to some things. So then...
Not being normal is normal for you. I love that line.
It's really good because Wakaba's like, look, you are not acting normal. You are acting like a facsimile of normal, but you are not normal.
You want to know something about this episode, actually, that bothers me?
What?
Since we've started talking about this show, I've had the song in my head.
Which one?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, Zetaion Man.
We don't
doesn't play in this episode.
Does not play in this episode.
It was too jam-packed with content to waste our time with that.
And that's just how you know if you're watching an important episode.
Yeah.
I hope.
So yeah, I love this dialogue as well. I mean, I totally feel the way Wakaba does. I only really like people for their being not normal. So, like...
Well, no, actually, the goal is to be a normal person. Because if you're a normal person, you are therefore more interesting.
Boring.
Oh, shit.
The wrong one. Anyway, so yeah, Wakaba talks Utena, and this moment...
I'm going to take back who I was.
This is the hottest scene in this show so far. I was really struck by this moment because, yeah, like...
Look, Utena's mommy. Like, let's just be honest.
She might be daddy, too.
Utena is mommy, daddy, and they-dee. Or they-me.
This scene, Wakaba is talking to Utena, and she starts to realize... Well, Wakaba says, like, whatever you lost, whatever you need to do to get it back, you need to get it back. Whatever it is that you think you are lacking as a person. And, of course, Utena realizes, well, it's just Anthe. It's just Miss Anthe.
Of course.
Oh, wait. I
can just get Anthe back. It's
all
not that hard.
All I have to do is win a duel. Of course. How could I forget? That's the whole plot of the show. So she gets up, and she puts her hands on Anthe's shoulders, and her whole demeanor is just different. It's like when she was...
when she in the first half of this episode, she just visibly looked depressed and dissociated.
Right.
This moment, she's like, "Oh right, I'm fucking Utena Tenjo.
Yeah.
Let's kill him."
It's really interesting to me the way just drawing her a little bit different. The outfit doesn't look so wrong anymore because it doesn't look like a girl's uniform on
I don't
her.
think the outfit looked wrong at any point.
When she was looking all depressed and she shows up to school in the outfit, I thought, like, she looks terrible in that. When she looks confident, then I think, oh, it doesn't look like she's wearing a girl's uniform. It just looks like she's... I mean...
Which begs the question,
like
why the fuck does she have to wear not even the male uniform, but just a uniform that I guess is accepted by the fucking...
Well, and that's the thing. I think what Toga was signaling with her is, like, she's wearing the men's uniform out of insecurity. Like, if she really thought
No, but
that
she's not wearing the men's uniform. She's just
I'm
wearing
saying in the first place. In the first place, she was wearing the men's uniform because she is insecure about her ability to be a prince. And she sees a prince as a manly thing, and she's a girl, and how can I be a prince if I'm a girl unless I dress like a man?
Can I clarify something?
Yeah.
I don't mean she was wearing the... Like, she's not wearing the male uniform in this episode, obviously. She's not, but she's, like, not wearing
the
a
men's
uniform
school
that anyone else is wearing.
I'm just saying she's wearing what is considered a men's uniform because in Toga's identifying of her, it's like, oh, she's really trying to, like, you know, wear the clothes for the job you want, so
Well, because they were literally there right before the thing that happened that
Yeah.
shaped the rest of Utena's personality happened.
Yeah.
And then they were literally there right after the thing that happened that shaped the rest of Utena's personality happened.
So, like...
And by that, I mean Toga and Saionji,
So,
of
like,
course.
with Toga seeing Utena this way, like, you know, in the girl's uniform and all, he feels like, oh, I won. Like, I convinced her that she couldn't be this thing that she's not anymore. But the outfit's not what made her a prince. And, like, in this moment, it's the look she gives Wakaba and the line... Because the first thing she says is, I'm sorry, it probably really hurt when I hit you. Because Utena would never hit a woman. She's a prince. A prince doesn't hit a woman. And, of course, she deserved to be hit back, and it's great that Wakaba did it because she's like, you're treating me like an equal. But it's not Utena's job to treat women like equals. It's her job to be a prince. And treat them like a princess and be a noble person and be above all of that.
Sorry,
you know,
that is not the job of a prince.
It's the job of her as a prince.
Sure.
A real life prince and princess are completely different concepts that have nothing to do with their relationship with fiction.
I'm sorry, I just watched Coming to America recently, so I have a very strong structure of what royalty is supposed to be in my head.
But yeah, so like, just this moment where she gets up and she puts her hands on her shoulder and just gives her that look in the eyes, and Wakaba's all blushed afterwards. Just, I don't know. I literally saw this and I was like, oh my god, I'm in love with Utena. Like, if she did this to me, if she put her hands on me and gave me this look, I'd be like...
Were you not already
Daddy.
in love with Utena?
Yeah, but this is this is like another level.
Oh, so before this shot happens, it is revealed that Anthe has a whole new power, which is basically, if you are in charge of the Robe's Bride and you have the sword, you can say to Anthe, hey,
Kiss
devote...
my fucking rod and...
Sure.
make it
Ignore your body in protection of the sword, or
Yes.
something like that.
So, it's interesting, because, like, Anthe obviously never told Utena very much of what's going on.
Because she doesn't want her to know. She doesn't want to be used.
What she likes about Utena is that even if it's just because of her ignorance, at least she lets me be free. So she never told Utena about these super secret powers that would reduce her freedom even more to make Utena stronger. Maybe she just believed Utena could win all of those matches until this point.
Which she can.
But at this point, Anthe outright says there's no way Utena can beat Toga. Not with that power I gave him. It's just not possible. So we see this is how she has really felt deep down the whole time. She wants to believe in Utena. She likes Utena. She loves Utena. There's scenes in this episode where she's fantasizing about still getting to be with Utena. But she doesn't really believe in her because ultimately... you know, she's seen too much defeat. And we get a real big hint at what that means here. This might as well be a spoiler with how much it reveals about what's going on. She sees Utena fighting with all her
Oh
might
my god.
and losing.
That looks like the prince. Like, that guy in that outfit with that hair, that's the same hair that the prince that helped Utena had.
Not just the one who helped her, but also the one who, spirit comes down to help her fight sometimes. The spirit that seems to be inside the castle.
And did you notice that the hair color is purple too? That's pretty strange. We haven't seen anyone else with purple hair. I wonder what could be going on there.
No, more than you think. You're thinking it's more obvious than it even is what this character is. But
I know exactly what this character is.
okay. In any case, the prince, she obviously, I'm saying obviously because I don't know what else the show could be implying other than this. Regardless of my knowing what happens later.
And my knowing what happens later.
Utena is doing whatever this guy did. This guy once fought for Anthe. This guy probably died for Anthe.
Is it?
It's his struggle.
It is Anthe for sure that he fought for, because I could believe it was that he was fighting for someone else too. Because Anthe,
whatever the case, she remembers.
She remembers seeing him fight,
seeing this man do the same thing,
and that's why his spirit is able to inhabit Utena.
They have the same, they have the same energy. They're trying to, they have the same nobility or whatever.
Because based on this hair, this is totally the guy who actually was Utena's prince.
It seems like it. But yeah, Anthe seeing this, it's like, this is the same as that time. So the question is, does Anthe still believe in that prince?
Does Anthe believe in anything?
If Anthe thinks Utena will lose, then is it because he lost and she thinks Utena's not better than him? Or does, in seeing Utena prevail, she think, oh wait, maybe he is still fighting for me. Maybe he hasn't lost yet because his spirit still inhabits her.
See, you're reaching into spoiler territory there.
I just think that's all implied by this, because we see his spirit come down from the castle to inhabit Utena. So the implication is he's not dead. His spirit is still here. It's still coming down. It seems to visit Utena because she is the same as he was.
But who's he?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know that yet. We can't get into that yet. But yeah, anyway. Utena wins. Look how fucking devastated he is.
Utena fucking kills Toga entirely, and then Utena is also like, her school uniform is completely torn up and very good.
It's really cool. I love this shot of his face with all the lines. Like,
was there ever a Revolutionary Girl Utena fighting game? Because that would be cool.
No, there's only like a visual novel, I think.
Do you think that would be cool?
It would be cool.
Yeah.
It would be very cool. With all the music from the fights, I would come. Anyway, I guess that was the last screen cap I had. Yeah, she beat Toga's ass. She looks really cool with the torn up uniform. Like, the last scene where she's talking to Anthe is another one where, like, again, it wasn't the girl's uniform at all. That has no effect. She looks like a prince. She looks like a badass. I want to say manly because it's the word that comes to mind, but of course it's chauvinistic to suggest that it's a manly attribute. It is just simply that she is a prince. She is regal. She's the man. She's not a man. She's the man. And seeing her that way at the end of the episode, I'm like, Utena, I will do anything for you. You are truly bae. So yeah, great ending to this arc. I loved all the character beats. I loved all of the undercurrent symbolism. I love that even though there was so much going on in this arc and so much to say about it, this is still the most simple, straightforward arc of this show, and it's only going to get wilder from here. So I'm really excited. I think we only have one more. Do we have two more anime to talk about?
What are the two? Maison Ikkoku
and Steins Gate.
Oh god, okay. So Maison Ikkoku,
Yeah,
basically.
I gotta pee though. You could start this one.
Right. Maison Ikkoku, the manager and the tennis instructor are going on a date. I believe this is what ended the last episode. Godai sees this and is upset. Shocker. Godai just kind of bops out. I don't remember exactly what he's doing, but he goes out to do something. And he is accosted by a woman who... I shouldn't say accosted, but he is interrogated by a woman who basically goes, "Do you remember me? Do you remember where we met?" I don't remember where they meet. Some kind of liquor store. They worked at a liquor store together. That's what it was. And basically, this girl is very interested in Godai. Godai's willing to entertain the friendship, I guess I could say.
The idea was that Godai happens to have these tickets to a movie, which is obviously a horror movie based on the illustration on the tickets, but for some reason he has not realized this. And, he was hoping he could take the manager, but she's on a date with Tennis Man. So he's calling up his homie, like, hey, you should come to the movies with me. And homie's not having it, he's broke. So then this girl, who wants to see the movie in question and seemingly overheard this on the phone, is like, hey, Godai, you should take me to that movie. She doesn't really say that, but she's implying it really hard. This girl's mad cute, by the way, in such a mysteriously normal way. Like, this shot, it's like Takahashi was trying to draw the most average looking person possible and somehow stumbled on the cutest. Maybe it's just the eyes, the expression. I don't know. I like her. But yeah, she shows up and she's just like, hey, Godai, I'm your coworker. Let's go see this movie. So, they're basically on a date. Seems like she's trying to get in his pants. And what do you know? The dates cross paths. Now they both know that one another's on the date at the same time. And, of course, most of the episode becomes, manager is pissed off because Godai, whom she knows likes her, is with another woman and being very familiar, and she's jealous. And meanwhile, he's spending the whole episode wishing he had manager on this date with him because he doesn't really like this girl or really have that much chemistry with her. It's a cute conceit for an episode, even though it also makes manager seem... I'm not going to say hateable, but just... the fact that somebody else said it this way, the fact that she's on a date with a guy and constantly thinking about the other guy is kind of shitty. But, so Godai and this girl, they end up at the horror movie. She's enjoying it. He's, like, freaked out. He is not having a good time. And then she notices every other girl in the theater is clinging to the guy. And she's like, I'm going to get in on this action. So she starts pretending to be scared so she can cling to him. And his only thought is, I wish it was manager clinging to me. Like, why isn't she here?
Manager sucks for leading on tennis instructor.
It's
and Godai sucks for leading on this girl. And I'm going to be completely honest. This is the best girl we have been introduced to in the course of the series. She's
cute.
Better than manager. She's pretending to be scared, but who fucking cares? That's what you do in a horror movie.
Yeah. I mean, she just knows what she wants and she's going for it. She's the only character who's not trying to be coy, really. She's just like, hey, I want to fuck. Let's go.
Well, we don't even know that. She just wants, like...
She does by the time they're in the forest. Just, like, pretty much be like, we want to fuck. Well, so they're leaving the movie, but even though I like her in the sense of, like, well, if I was with her, yeah, she's cool. But I don't think she's right for Godai.
No.
They don't have the same interests. They're leaving the movie. He's like, I don't think I can eat after seeing that. And she's like, I'm hungry. And then
relatable.
Manager sees them going by, and she's just jealous. I was wondering if she would notice that Godai looks miserable. She does not.
I think she does subconsciously.
Yeah, maybe because she's not like as upset or as like not
Later
enough
in
to
the
be
episode
over
is
him.
Specifically, what I'm thinking about.
But like, yeah, she keeps having these moments where like she gets all pissed off and then accidentally like overreacts, and the other guy's like, "Oh, what did I do?" And she's like, "No, it's not. Sorry, I'm not being myself today. I'm being weird." So yeah, that stuff's it's cute and fun, even if it makes her seem like more of a bitch for the fact that like, and this guy's taking her on like a $1,000 date, like all these fancy places. They're all dressed
Gas
up.
money.
He's driving her all the way to like Yokohama for like a special thing. Like he's really going all out, and she's just totally distracted. He's trying to, and there is a moment where it kind of makes it clear why she doesn't seem to take this guy that seriously. Is that
because
he's
he
seeing
sucks.
someone else.
Oh, he is?
She says, like, well, you're seeing someone else too, aren't you? And he's like, two? Does that mean you're seeing someone? And she's like, oh, no. So neither of them really answers the question. But she is at least under the impression, which is probably true, because he was the tennis instructor
He's
who was
the
like
guy
banging
that all the ladies like.
Yeah.
It's not implied that he's banging them. It's just that's what all the men think.
So she's under the impression that he's maybe not, not like really serious about her in a personal sense, and that's why she's not getting really serious about him. She's kind of like, hey, yeah, why deny me? Whatever, I'll be around. She is, without a doubt, the kind of woman that Dick Masterson warned us about in this sense.
Oh, Kyoko?
Yeah, I would say she's the type of woman that you're supposed to watch out for. The one that will let you spend $1,000 on a date, and
maybe not a date.
And then think about someone else the entire time.
Yeah, doesn't that suck? Boys. Many such cases.
Meanwhile, this guy is out on a date with this girl. They find themselves out in the woods, and everyone's making out in the woods. This is a very common trope in Japanese romance anime.
Making out in the woods? There's two things you're allowed to do in the woods in Japan, and that is make out or kill yourself.
You're not allowed to do the second one.
Well, I mean, you're not allowed to do it, but, common practice.
From what
you're
I
probably
can
not allowed
tell,
to make out in the woods. Come on.
there seems to be something akin to a Central Park in Tokyo, and everyone is just making out in there at night. Because there's a lot of anime I've seen where characters pass through a park at night where everyone's making out. If it's hentai,
they're in Tokyo for sure.
I think so. Seems like it.
Let me find out.
But yeah, they're in the makeout forest, and the girl's like, "Hey, everyone around us is making out." They're sort of getting close, but then she takes a drink of water from this fountain, and Godai decides he needs to calm himself down. He's like, I don't want to get swept up in the mood. I don't want to make out with this chick just because, like, I'm horny because she's in front of me and everyone's making out. I got to make wise decisions. Smart. Every episode of this show has, like, I feel like the first 5 or 6 episodes were like, here's everything wrong with Godai, and ever since then it's been like, here's a list of reasons to respect him and think he's alright, which I like. I like that the show has been building him up instead of tearing him down for a while. But ultimately he makes it home from his date first, and he's just like can't sleep because Kyoko's still out on her date.
Sorry, I looked into... Yeah, he's just listening to the clock, and he tries to throw the clock away, but then the British guy comes up and goes, hey, I noticed you lost this.
Yeah.
And the British guy's in a bathrobe at this point, and so
It's funny when you call him the British guy, because it's just the dub that has made him
British. Indubitably. But,
yeah, they all invade his room, and, like...
They just start drinking, and Godai's like, hey, fuck out of my room, please.
Well, they're basically telling him, like, yeah, when you can't sleep because you're too emotional is when you get shit-faced, brother. Let's go.
Very much agree. But, sorry, they are in Tokyo. The section of Tokyo they live in is entirely fictional.
Okay, that makes sense.
I don't know if the park is fictional, but yeah.
Same is true probably for the other one, Urusayatsu. So yeah, the episode basically ends with.
Oh my God, Shibuya is in Tokyo?
Yeah.
Holy shit! Oh my God, Jujutsu Kaisen, mind blown.
Yeah, most of the town, most of everything is in Tokyo, honestly.
Geography was my least favorite subject in school. And yet I managed to grasp so much from it.
The way this episode ends, they get home and Kyoko's like screaming, "No, don't stay away!" It's like, sounds like she's being.
It sounds like she is being raped. What it sounds
so
like.
Godai's like, "I gotta go rescue her," and the others are like, "This is definitely a misunderstanding. You should stop. And you should not try to
British
interrupt
man.
this."
I'm sorry. I'll stop calling him British man. Indubitably. Holds Godai back as much as he possibly can, going like, no, this isn't the time, really, you shouldn't interrupt, really, chill the fuck out, really, stop, really, please. Indubitably is probably my favorite character. But ultimately, what it comes out to is Soichiro, the dog, just to be clear, is attacking the tennis instructor. And if you don't remember, the tennis instructor does not like dogs. And I shouldn't say attacking, because he's not. It's not a menacing thing. But he's like licking him and jumping up on him, and I'm sure the tennis instructor viewed it as attacking. But basically, the tennis instructor is jostled.
He's shitting himself. And yeah, there's a cute little moment where Godai, as
Godai-
he's going back in with the others,
So all
meets
all
eyes
of
with
them,
her.
like the mom, the slut,
Yeah.
indubitably, Godai, are all standing on the porch trying to figure out what the fuck is going on. And then the mom, the slut, and indubitably. Also, we talked about this. The slut and indubitably are banging, right?
It seemed to be naked in a negligee all the time. I'd be like, look, if we're not fucking, you gotta wear clothes. Like, it's just, I can't live with this. Can't deal with this.
But so anyway, they all go inside. Kyoko and the tennis instructor and Soichiro are figuring their things out. Godai is about to go inside. He's walking inside, and then he turns back to look. And he looks, and then he turns back, but he stands there. And then Kyoko sees that Godai is still standing there. And oh my god. Look, I'm sorry if you think this is a spoiler. They're gonna bang. They're gonna get married. They're gonna get married, and they're gonna bang. I actually have not spoiled myself on
Why
this
did you bring
show
up the
so
spoiler?
much.
What is going on? What happened?
Just because people call me out for spoilers too many times. Like even
So
when
you're like, I'm gonna double down. I'm gonna spoil everything, or what?
no, I don't think this.
Why
is
did you bring up the spoilers? What I'm asking. What brought
the spoiler of they're going to bang?
Yeah. Why did you bring that up just now?
I'm an accelerationist.
Okay, so you just wanted to spoil.
There's
it,
96 episodes of this.
right? There's 112 episodes, I think.
Okay, well that's fine too. But I guess like with this specifically, it's that it's very clear that Godai and the manager like each other.
Yeah.
It's very clear because this whole episode is them going on silly dates that neither of them really want to go on.
Yeah.
To
It's reminding us
To
that they
question-
actually belong together. Because in the last episode, they were having such a good time together. And in this
but
episode,
this
they're
is
having such a bad
12
time with other
episodes into 96 or however many
people.
you
Yeah,
just said.
A lot of episodes is a lot.
Which is to say,
A lot is going to transpire between now and then.
is Godai almost going to get married? Is Kyoko almost going to get married? These are not necessarily criticisms. I'm just curious what the fuck is going to happen.
To be in between.
Like, to compare this to Monster, which is not good to do. They're not similar shows. But they are lengthy, is why I'm comparing them. Monster, I pretty much know what's going to happen. I don't know the complexities of what's going to happen. I'm pretty sure I can guess what's going to happen.
But with the show, you can't.
Because romance be silly.
Yeah, true.
Um,
Especially when the goal is to make the romance as silly as possible, so you can keep writing about it for several years.
and so you can keep animating fun things like, hey, you know, when the whore's lips or when the whore's mouth became her whole face. I'm sorry to call her the whore. I don't remember her name. She's one of my favorite characters.
All right, we gotta move on. There's one anime left. We've almost gone 4 hours on this podcast. Steins Gate.
Good. Steins Gate. So this is 70 million
This is the
years
one.
before Steins Gate takes
Yeah,
place.
so all right, hold on. First of all, let me say.
We had to rewatch this twice at least.
I had to go back to watch the scene again, but that's not what I'm gonna say. This anime.
This is where it begins.
How did
right?
you feel watching this episode before the ending? Like just normal, like whatever, none of this matters, or did you feel like intense?
What do you
or, like,
mean before the end? The
before
ending of the episode.
Getting to the end of the episode, yeah. How are you feeling? Like
I've
throughout
been
it?
so. For as much as all of you fucks complain about spoilers,
Yeah.
this is one of the shows that is really hard to spoil myself for. So I don't really know what happens in it.
Yeah.
But you fucks let me know exactly what happens in it.
Yeah.
And not in this episode specifically, but Beatrice keeps alluding to it getting real.
Yeah. And then it got real in this episode.
And then everyone else who talks about it's like, oh, Mayushi's gonna die a whole lot. Mayushi's gonna fucking die a whole lot, and you're really gonna be upset about it. And it's like, okay, so that's what it getting real means.
Yeah.
I'm not happy with it.
I'm asking how you felt before the end of the episode, though. Did you just
You mean
feel
in everything in the episode leading
everything
up to it?
leading up to it? Did you feel like tense
It-
or normal?
Yeah,
or like,
tense. It felt like the episode where Mayushi was going to die because we got a fucking flashback to Mayushi 70 million years ago.
So for me, this
Can
has been,
someone explain why we got a
it's-
flashback from 70 million
it's
years
been the
ago? Because
weirdest-
I fucking can't. I don't get why that was relevant. And to be completely honest, it took a lot. Like, it's gonna detract a number score from Steins Gate for me. Like, at least one.
What is?
Mayushi.
Why would this detract a number?
Mayushi and Ocarine do not exist 70 million years ago.
Okay, but what if they explain it and it makes sense?
Then it won't. But for now, where I'm standing with the show
You're
is
just very confused about this and you don't like it.
it's confusing purposefully, probably, but I don't like it. Yeah. The episode's fine. I will say that.
Notwithstanding all that, I'm sorry. Just I was talking about something completely different.
What were you talking about?
That the reason I was asking you how you felt in the episode is that
Most of it's really interesting.
it's that this show has been fucking with me really hard because
What's the point?
the way I remember it, I've seen this show at least twice. I've seen the first few episodes a whole bunch of times.
That doesn't matter. The first few episodes are completely inconsequential, especially after starting right.
No. Every episode is consequential. Everything that's happened has consequences in this show. And it's the kind of thing where, again, rewatching it, you see a lot of stuff where you're like, oh shit, oh damn, oh man. But what surprised me is that I remembered it being like episode 9, they flip Akihabara to like not
To
exist
regular
anymore.
people.
And then like a few other things happen and then Mayushi dies and then the story gets real. Like that's how I remembered it. So
I'm sorry it happened in this episode. Mayushi gets shot in the head.
But because of the fact that I couldn't remember anything that happens between those two major plot events, the whole last 3 episodes I've just been constantly in a state of, oh god, it's about to happen. Oh god, it's about to happen. Oh god, it's about to happen. And I don't know if all of the scenes that I felt tense through would have felt tense if I didn't know where the story was going. But there's so
I have
many
felt
scenes.
such. The way you talk about this show,
Yeah.
having never seen it until this watch through,
Hmm.
everything I've seen up until this point, it's like, yeah, nothing's happening.
Mm.
Yeah, they can send texts into the past. Cool.
Yeah.
Nothing's happening. Yeah, maybe it will have some significance in the future. Nothing's happening.
Yeah.
Stuff's happening. I don't mean absolutely nothing is happening, but like something that I find interesting to move the plot forward. For the first 12 episodes, not at all.
Yeah.
Moeka got a new phone. That was the biggest one that you reacted to that made me go, that's probably important.
The common opinion people have of this show is like, doesn't really start till halfway through. Or like, doesn't really get good till halfway through.
Which
To me,
is bad.
well, I feel the opposite. I feel like it ended halfway through. To me, the first half is the part where the story is, and the second half is where you just watch like things happen.
So the second half is just stuff that theoretically could happen.
No. The second half is the plot. I don't care about plot that much. Like as we've seen on this show, I usually need you to even tell me what the plot was. I react very strongly to the emotions of the story and the like.
Unless something
Character
really
beats.
happens that makes me care about this show. From this point forward, I'm going to be approaching it from a I don't like this show perspective. I do not enjoy Steins Gate. Like, whatever. The Yuri was cool. That was pretty much it.
To me, I guess if I had to say what I think the point of Steins Gate is, it's to show how if you want to get a bunch of cool people together, you have to come up with a cool thing for those people to do. But inevitably, trying to do that thing is also what is going to fuck everything up. And you should have just been able to, like ideally, human society would be such that we just
Everything
kind of
you do,
form little
regardless
groups.
of time travel, changes the world.
Yeah, that's a big part of it. And like I see it as like if in an ideal world you would be born, you would have a little group of people around you, and all of you would work together to live your life and be happy, and then you die. And
I feel like I'm excelling at that right now. You know?
and in this show you have this pocket of time where these characters,
I feel like they're excelling at that.
these characters who are all outsiders, who didn't really have a place, who struggled to communicate even with one another, they slowly built a home for themselves. And like that,
And that's
home
why
is,
their bonds are so strong, even
Yeah.
across the world lines.
exactly. It's like these people were somehow meant to be together. But the very same thing that drew them together is what's going to tear them apart. They all wanted to build this experiment. They all wanted to do this thing and change history. But, you know.
But they wanted to do it in different ways.
And ultimately, well, it's more just that, like...
I don't know where this is going. That is just my guess. They wanted to do it in different ways. I will say this again. At this point in the series, I am watching Steins Gate from an antagonistic perspective. I am not enjoying this show.
Yeah.
I haven't been for a while.
It's going to be interesting to see how you react to the rest
But
of the
now
show.
that the plot is actually kicking in, 11 episodes into the show.
12 episodes.
12 episodes
Yeah.
into the show. If the plot is not the most interesting thing ever, I'm going to be very upset.
Yeah.
I'm going to be mad. Maybe
I mean, whether you find it interesting or not, the plot will be the rest of the show. They're like...
it fucking better be.
It's like all plot from here on out. And like I said,
When I'm fine with that,
I like that less.
That's what
I think the second half is worse than the first half because...
That's kind of why I like K so much. K is pretty heavily plot from the get-go of like, guy is trying to kill main character.
Yeah.
Why is he trying to do that? Here's the entire world set out for you. And then we have to go from there. But please let us review K for a bonus episode.
That would be
I'll literally be our biggest patron if it comes to it, but aside from that,
Unless that's
everyone
I
vote
think
for
it's meant
K.
to be a complete surprise that shit goes down to this anime. If you go in expecting it, you will have a different experience. I don't know. I mean, it does take a long time for that shoe to drop, but I mean, if you were watching this when it first came out, you would have known it was a visual novel adaptation. You would have known people who had read it and like.
Aside from everything you have said to me about this show, it has been very evident to me from obviously fucking Christina got killed in the first episode.
Yeah, it's always been.
It's
a
been
murder
very
mystery.
evident that there is another shoe to drop.
Right, exactly. And also, like, in the beginning, the show is very paranoid and schizophrenic and weird feeling and off-putting.
But then you kind of get into the thing of, like, no, Okurin is just silly.
You get comfortable.
Well, because it's given, like, Okurin's just talking to his phone.
Yeah.
He's not actually talking to anyone.
Right.
You start to understand that he's not, like... And, yes, the comfortability is part of it, but...
Well, and it's the reveal that Okurin is reasonable. That's what I think is the big... It's like you start off the show and Okurin seems like an unreasonable, paranoid, schizophrenic person. When you realize that actually...
He has a beautiful mind.
Actually, it's mostly an act. Actually, he really is serious. Actually, he does know what he's doing. When that all gets revealed, it simultaneously means everybody can take him more seriously and the plot can move forward, but it also means, like... He has, like, I don't think he ever realized it. I don't think he realized he was serious. He thought he was paranoid. He thought he was schizophrenic and weird. He's not, though. And so when that happens with this episode where it's like, oh no, CERN is real and he was right to be paranoid.
CERN is real. They knew CERN was real.
CERN is really evil or whatever, you know.
Just because you're paranoid don't mean they're not after you.
Yeah.
That applies to everyone in every context it possibly could.
All right, let's go ahead and get through this episode since we've
What
just
else?
been talking about
Yeah,
it.
can we get to another screenshot? Because we're still
well,
in the
I
first
haven't
one.
talked about this screenshot yet because, like I said, I did not remember this scene,
It's
but it's
Mayushi.
pretty important.
It's Mayushi and Okurin 70 million years in the past.
Yeah, it seems to be a dream he's having of them in 70 million years in the past, and she says, "I've been through all these world lines trying to catch up to you, Okabe. You could say that there are many Mayushi, but you could also say I'm the original. You could say there's many Okabe, but you could say you're the original. But I think we are going to die here. But at the very least, we could do something for the versions of us that are back in Akihabara." Now, here's what I got out of this scene. Not having remembered it, not being sure if it really means anything that gets explored in the anime.
Which, having watched at least half of the show so far, I'm going to guess it doesn't get that much exploration.
Probably not, but it does mean a lot. Because, so, in the first episode, he found Kurisu dead. Then, he switched
found who
world
dead?
lines. Christina.
Thank you.
He found Christina dead, he switched world lines. So the whole show, since then, has taken place in a different world line from where it started. It
So this is
seems
World
like
Line
this,
1 Mayushi.
That's what I got out of this. This is a Mayushi who somehow the Okabe that she had in the original
Aside
world
from
line.
the problems I have with this show, if I loved this show, a big problem I would have had with it is it's hard to follow what exactly is happening and
Yeah.
the world lines, and it just now clicked for me. Oh, that is probably World Line 1 Mayushi. Yeah, that does make a lot of sense.
Now, where this doesn't make sense is if you've seen Steins Gate Zero, where we pick back up with World Line 1 Mayushi and Okabe, and nothing like this happens. Mayushi never travels through an infinite... I don't remember. I don't think this happened. I could be fucking wrong. I hated Steins Gate Zero so much, but... This sounds like an interesting sequel to Steins Gate.
Because
where
you
we jump to the
hate
original...
Steins Gate Zero, I will probably watch at least the first
Go
episode.
for it. Go give it a shot. But this sounds to me like
Because I'm starting to hate this.
if we're supposed to believe that Mayushi in the original timeline sent her
Mayushi is literally Brick Hamlin from Anchorman.
I don't see
Steve
that at all.
Carell?
Yeah, I know what you mean. I don't see the comparison at all.
She might understand some things.
Well, no, the whole point of this episode is that she actually understands more than everybody, and they should have been listening to her and talking to her the whole time. And it was a huge mistake, and now they lose the opportunity.
I feel like the same thing is true with Brick.
Anyway, yeah, maybe this is original Mayushi. I hope so. So then they explain how the memories sending back in time thing is going to work.
And that's a completely new concept to this episode,
So-
is they now have refined the time machine enough to send memories back into time, but
Well,
they can only do it in the past 2 days.
It was something
because
Christina had proposed would be possible, but now they've explored how it would be possible. It takes several terabytes worth of data of memories you have to send back, but they can compress it by sending the data to CERN and sending it to the Large Hadron Collider and having it create a black hole that compresses the memories down to a smaller file size that the phone microwave can manage if it's only 2 days in the past. Or as Daru puts it, like putting a mattress that won't fit in a closet in a compression bag? Sure.
Because the brain would be too altered past 2 days, is what they explain.
So, basically, as they're talking through this, Mayushi is expressing concern for the fact that they're talking about having, Okarin send his memories back. And Okarin finally goes, you know what?
Let's do you, Mayushi.
Let's
Not really.
Let's fucking turn this whole project into people who know what they're doing. Let's tell the world about this. Let's
We're done.
stop. Let's stop fucking
We're
around.
done, dude.
And Mayushi is overjoyed. So much so that Christina and Ocarina talking about it afterwards, and like, Mayushi seemed like maybe she always thought maybe she thought we should have stopped this a long time ago. Like, she was so happy that we were stopping. Maybe she, like they kind of talk about, Mayushi's kind of like the heart and soul of our operation. She just understands everybody on a deeper emotional level. Like, she's really special. She's really important. And then, just to hammer that whole point home, we've got this scene where part-time warrior comes in. She's all pissed off at Christina. They're having a stare down. They're upset with each other. And then Mayushi's like, hey, if we're all hanging out, why don't we get along? Isn't it more fun? I don't want us to fight. Let's be friends. And they're like, this is sage-like wisdom. So, Yusei says Mayushi's the most functional while being the most fucked up in the head. I don't even think she's that fucked up. She's just kind of like... when I first watched this show, I had taken Mayushi as like a weird or autistic or like she doesn't understand stuff. I think
Mayushi is trying to be the change she wants to see in the world, which is immensely positive. Mayushi is only trying to make everyone's life around her better.
I would say that's true.
Mayushi is my favorite character for that reason.
In the same way as Okabe, I think the sort of reveal that we've been getting is that it's a lot more intentional than it seemed at first. Like, Okabe seemed like a crazy person before you knew him, but once you know him, you're like, okay, he's pretending to be crazy because he's insecure about something else.
Mayushi's pretending to be silly and goofy.
She's pretending she doesn't know what's going on. She's pretending like she doesn't understand that Okabe is kind of abusive or using her or like taking her money.
Or using everyone around them.
But it's also because she knows that he legitimately cares about her.
Because
and we know that
they've been together.
Yeah.
We did learn that Okabe has actually been taking care of Mayushi for a long time. It's just we didn't. The fact of how much of an act she's been putting on has not been clear.
And I would say that, like, when we met these characters, I think because the two of them are so comfortable around one another, they were being, like, they were being ultra themselves in a way that they wouldn't be if they were trying to be more serious or trying to take care of somebody else, and, like, as the show has gone on, we've seen what they are really like, and that, like, okay, maybe they are not as far gone as they first seem. So the part-time
oh my god,
warrior,
it's mocking. Oh no.
They kind of convinced part-time warrior to participate. She's having a good time.
But she still hates Christina.
Until Christina helps her win against Okabe, and she's like, "Oh, I'm not gonna thank you," being tsundere. But then she I guess part-time warrior... there's a whole scene of Mayushi being like, you used to be really depressed, but now we've got all these friends and life is great. It's okay now, isn't it? Everything is just okay now, isn't it? No.
It's just Mayushi going like, hey, I know you pretend to be schizo all the time.
Yeah.
Can we, like, get married and have kids and live a regular life and hung out with people?
This is really just turning in the screws. I had already said, like, an episode, like 2 episodes ago, because I thought she died at the end of episode 11. So when we watched episode 10, I was like, oh man, this is just, like, making us love all the characters so they can die next episode. And then watching episode 11, I was like, oh man, I'm so tense. I'm pretty sure they're gonna start dying. Oh wait, they didn't start dying. And then this episode, the tension was like fever pitch. This whole scene, they're just having a nice conversation, but it's so quiet. And the way the sound design in this show is done, it's very much, it sounds like you're listening to a radio show, because the actors are, I mean, they're talking constantly. the personalities, the sounds of their voices make up so much of the content of the show, and they're all very close to the mic, speaking quietly. So when you get a really quiet scene with lots of space between the dialogue and they're talking all quiet, it's just like, oh god, stop trying to make me feel good. I know you're gonna take it all away. It's good. It's really good tension. I was really shocked how tense I felt throughout this episode.
Hey, it's
just
the
getting to this
Assassin
point.
Squad that, journalist lady is in charge of, or whatever.
Oh shit, CERN is here. Yep, Moeka in her sexy spandex
Is it
suit.
CERN?
Yeah, it's CERN. CERN is here. They hacked it. I mean, they hacked into CERN. What were they expecting? So there's a moment where Suguha is like, wait a minute, you guys hacked into CERN? And she has like, she keeps like realizing like new levels of how fucked they are.
Suguha?
The part-time warrior. She's like,
Oh, the one who's totally not obviously from the future.
yeah. So she's like, oh fuck, you guys hacked CERN. They're definitely on their way. You're definitely all fucked. Like, I have to go do something. Like, she runs out of the room like, sorry guys. But I just like how it shows her like realizing multiple levels of oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck. Like,
It's like in Haruhi Suzumiya, when the time traveler like visits the main character,
yeah,
who's not Haruhi, the guy.
yeah, Kyon.
But like, it's not the time traveler we're used to. It's the
her
future
from the
time
future,
traveler.
Yeah.
God, that
Her from
show.
further in the
Can you
future.
explain Haruhi
We'll
Suzumiya to
do
me?
it soon. It'll all happen soon. So anyway, yeah, I would say my biggest complaint.
Does Moeka have a Mega Man like gun arm cannon right now? That's what it looks
Yeah,
like
it's
based on the
funny.
shot.
That is funny. My biggest complaint about this show is that the characters were not more suspicious of Moeka, or that she didn't have like better excuses or something for being the way she is. Cause like if they're paranoid about anything at all,
Wouldn't they
this
be-
is what they should be paranoid
because like
about.
even without her, like even without like just the paranoia of regular people, this woman identifies as a journalist.
Yes.
Wouldn't you be a little suspicious?
Would you be worried about her writing an article? Would you be worried about her very weird behavior and all the crazy stuff she does? And like, they just never ask her very many questions. Like, Okabe,
And she is essential to like having all of this happen.
I guess like she's just weird enough that it's off-putting and it's hard to approach her. But just like the way Okabe is with everyone else. And it's not that he doesn't. I don't know. Maybe she just is way past his defenses. But like,
Well, that's
'cause
how
he
most
does-
people that associate with him are. Is
That's
like
true.
they just have a way to get past his defenses where he accidentally says, "Oh, time machine."
yeah. But yeah, I don't know. They should have all been a little bit more worried about Moeka and her presence. And yeah, she shows up with a bunch of guys, and she's like, "Hey, the three of you, Okabe, Christina, and Daru, are coming with me. Mayushi is not necessary." And then she brains her. And the episode just kind of
And that was
ends
it.
with
Thank
Okabe
you,
being like,
ladies and
"Uh-oh."
gentlemen. Anime forever. I don't want to talk about
shit.
it.
Mayu's
Anime
dead.
forever. Anime forever.
I really,
Mayushi's dead.
I really
Mayushi.
didn't expect the episode to just kind of end.
Mayushi's
right after
dead.
she gets
Mayushi's
shot in
dead.
the
Mayushi's
face.
dead. I feel bad. Mayushi's dead. Why is Mayushi dead? I know I'm gonna have.
She'll be all right.
No, she isn't. I'm gonna have to see her
She'll-
die at least 10 more times. You told me this.
10.
20, 30. I don't care. I don't want to see Mayushi die a bunch of fucking times.
Yeah, no, it's a sad one. Anyway, yeah, that's it. That's the last anime that we.
Sorry
have to
for
talk about
jumping
today.
into the end of the podcast. It was mostly for comedic effect.
I mean, it's 4 hours and 20 minutes in, so I'd like.
All
it
right,
to be
anime
over.
forever. End it now.
Anime forever, guys. This was a crazy ending of the season. Lots of great episodes. We'll see you next time. Go to our bonus episodes. The manga podcast is out now. We've got new anime we'll be covering in the next.
Oh God,
season.
I have to read more manga.
All right, everybody. Thanks for watching. Oh, and also, I edited a bunch of the episodes that hadn't been edited yet, so they're probably all going to drop at once when I'm done editing all of them. So expect that. All right, bye. Anime forever.